Oh yeah, let's go.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Welcome back. Okay, let's see where we were last time. So, last session, big things happen. Um, let's see here. Having just defeated the Circle of Witches, you all strode up to the castle, or excuse me, the Acropolis, and confronted uh, the king, Krekops. It seems most fortunately that the curse has indeed seemingly been broken. Krekops demanded that indeed justice be done in the name of Zeus, in the name of Athena, in the name of all the Olympians, uh, but that it be a proper justice with all of the necessities of such proper justice, which involved um, testimony from witness, it involved evidence, and it, of course, involved the signs and omens from the gods. Because why wouldn't you have signs and omens from the gods about the rightful guilt of somebody? That just makes perfect sense when you have the abilities of a cleric on hand. Evidence was put forth. Witnesses were given testimony. Um, the Agale, I believe her name was, the head witch that was brought to trial, was given a chance to sort of say her final piece, and um, she laid a curse upon Crocopia, a spiteful, damned curse before she died, that all of the king's rulers would forget their true face before their end, that they would die in shame, barely recognizing the heroes they thought they were. At which point Thrasius, having taken up the role of executioner, gave a execution in the name of justice rather than vengeance, which is what our child of Ares wished to do. King Krakop said he wishes for this place to be a place of reason, so Thrasius was chosen. But as Romulus had taken up the leadership of the Sons of Harmonia, um, they were given a one-time sort of exoneration for their good deeds to the city, for any crimes they may have committed, to have brought the city to this point. And King Krakop said, "I will be stepping down. My heir apparent will be stepping up as king in due time. As a reminder, the heir apparent is Aegeus, who is a little bit older. He is similar to what we see in that image there. Maybe a little less thick with hair, maybe a little less white, but yeah, he's a bit of an older guy. Um, Very handsome, very well groomed. Um, Older but well groomed. And he also said that he would not leave the city without being put in proper hands. And that does mean Aegeus is the heir. It also means that a guardian must be picked from the city, from the Olympians, so that divine intervention may come to the city's aid in such times of strife if they happen again. And there isn't demigods wandering by to rely upon. So he said he will give prayers and omens to the various gods, and the guardians, or those who might wish to be guardians of the city, may come forth to become said guardians. So that is where we are today. The city has been saved from the tyranny of Krekops. Largely, the city becomes a great, like, celebratory place. People are just like openly celebrating and very, very happy, despite what the music is saying. Sorry. Um, let's put it on this track here. Yeah, a deal of celebration has rung out through the city streets. They're been saved from the malady that has befallen them. They are free to go back to living their lives and bring about divinity to protect them. And you guys are amongst them. I'm going to say Romulus, for the time being, kind of shuffles to the side to go speak to his sons of Harmonia um, about, things. The rest of you, however, have some time to decide what you want to do. This is a big time for the city. A guardian for the city is to be selected. That is humongous. A humongous event for a city. What would you all like to do in the aftermath of your great victory?
I'd like to go to the Temple of Athena and pray in her honor and glory.
Absolutely, absolutely. Will you sacrifice an animal on your prayer?
Exactly. I'll find a pig.
Cool. Yeah, shit. Absolutely. I'll give you the price of a pig in a minute. Um,
The things that make you
but
look up.
yeah, but just so you know, a general prayer of like I honor you and whatever doesn't necessarily need a sacrifice, like an acknowledgement. If you are like looking to gain their attention, the sacrifice of an animal is good, or to sort of like seal the magic of a request from a god, so to speak, if you know what I mean. So the pig sacrifice wouldn't be necessary. It wouldn't be like pertinent to just giving a general prayer in her glory, just so you know.
I think it's a good idea to talk to her right about now.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So you're just gonna, yeah, just give a little pray in her a little prayer in her honor and how everything turned out. Because if if every priest sacrificed an animal every time they pray, the human race would die out very quickly. So no need for sacrifice for that one. Excellent. You go and you get quick and right with God and your mother. Um, Hell yeah. We'll come back to that in a minute. I want to see what everyone else is up to.
I'll go to the Temple of Hermes.
All right.
I kind of want to solidify my relationship with my father.
Fair
Uh,
enough. Fair enough.
and I'm not asking for anything from him, but essentially asking if there's anything I can do for him.
Okay. Okay.
Uh, so just like a general, like, what's up kind of prayer. And I'm just offering to be of service.
Got it. Um, Understood. And last but not least, what about Vasaliki?
I don't have anything that I'm doing.
You know, go pray to Daddy-O. Everyone's like, oh, I gotta go pray. Yeah, I'll pray. I'll pray. And you're like,
Sure, I can go pray. Yeah.
it's like, oh, it seems like I should go pray.
I gotta go pray on this.
Fantastic. Yeah, hey, and fair enough in these times. I would say you guys aren't alone. I think there's a lot of people who want to go honor the gods, and there might have sort of be like a little bit of like a mass prayer going on at all the various temples. Any one of you would find your way to the front of the line, being the children of those gods. Candybus is what would you be up to?
Um, I can't imagine there's a temple of Aphrodite here.
I don't think there's a temple, but I'm certain that there are like altars.
Okay. Well, I am not going to do that. Not quite yet. I would like to congratulate Aegeus on his ascension to the throne.
Excellent. Yeah, so you will go up to him and his beautiful wife Medea. And Aegeus did offer you all that once everything had settled down, that a bit of a council, or at least like a little bit of a senate, I think is the best way to call it. A senate would be formed, and you guys would be sort of at the center of it, to sort of advise him on his next steps. Yeah, you approach, and he will sort of take your arm like that, having both gained victory. And he will say, Candybus, my friend, you work in the strangest of ways, but it seems I was wise to rely upon you.
I am a man of many skills.
Clearly, I do not understand your tactics, but good Athena has seen to it that I am rewarded for my trust in you.
Well, we are not out of the woods yet. A guardian must be selected. Yes?
Indeed, indeed, a most glorious time for our city. The king thinks it's right, and he seems to have returned to himself. I'm proud to be part of it. I will be interested to see what transpires.
Yes. I mean, I cannot speak for the rest of my traveling companions, but I think it would be prudent to at least stay until said guardian arrives.
Indeed, of course, I would imagine our the selection would only be blessed by having the children of the gods present still.
Naturally, yes. Are there any thoughts into who this individual might be? Do we have any favorites in the running?
Uh, let me think. I know Athena is probably one that people are interested in, especially after the justice and wisdom that has been shown here today. Everyone always wants Zeus, right? Everyone always wants Zeus. We are also a seaside city. Poseidon is always popular to many, many cities. We are not an island, but we are surrounded by water regardless. Off the top of my head, I think those would be the three, but it is up to the gods if they decide to wish to become our guardians or not. So we await and see.
Now, if I could offer a suggestion, I know you weren't at the actual site of the conflict per se, but we did have some divine intervention in the form of Ares.
Ah, Ares, you say?
Yes, he was instrumental in our victory.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I mean, we do not choose. The gods themselves decide if they want to be a part of our city or not, of course. But perhaps amongst these sons of Harmonia, perhaps they might be interested to see Ares come forth for the city. He is, after all, the god of governance.
That could be a reasonable choice if we had the choice. Again, the gods are the ones that decide this.
Well, who knows? You are the children of gods. Perhaps. I imagine your influences may be great upon which gods decide to show themselves.
Perhaps I have some ins.
I would imagine so, given the stories of the great feast that Zeus held for the age of heroes. The stories already spread far and wide.
Is there somebody you particularly are interested? Maybe I can pull some strings.
Oh,
I'm so good at that.
You indeed are, but if I am to be king, I think it best not play favorites and possibly earn the ire of one god or another. Doesn't seem terribly wise to be picking favorites amongst the Olympians.
Crocopus was right to pick you as his heir.
Well, story has spread of what happens to impious royals here in Attica. So, only good to, I guess, be wise in that sense. So, but what is your thoughts about your group? I gave them the offer about possibly being senators here in the city. Do you think they will accept that offer?
Honestly, I don't know. We could stay for a time, but I do not think it'll be a long-term arrangement, but we haven't sat down and discussed this amongst ourselves.
Certainly, certainly. Of course, of course. Yes, take the time that you wish to become properly acquainted with your choices.
But I think at the very least we'll be here for the transitionary period to make sure everything goes smoothly.
Excellent, excellent. We'll be glad for your presence in the city. The people will be glad as well.
And I will do my best to inspire the people here in their leadership, in their future here. I think the
Excellent.
future is bright here in Crocopia.
I do too. I do too. I feel like we have come out of a dark fog, and the way forward is a little bit more clear. Well, I'm sure there are things I must attend to. I must attend to the king.
Oh, no, you're quite a busy man. Don't let me keep you.
Of course, of course. Commodia says, "Of course, husband," and she'll just she'll give you like a polite smile. There's no special sign or flirtation at all. Pays you the very bare etiquette of like a curtsy or a little bow or something, and then follows her husband.
I give a delicate yet formal wave.
A delicate, very formal. Incredible. Magnificent. Okay. Okay. Who would like to go first amongst my prayer people?
First for what?
Praying.
Praying.
You all have to prayers, right?
Oh, gotcha. Mine's just generic. We can go with mine first. That's good.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Why don't you give me? Let's hear your prayer to Zeus after whatever you're praying to. Like, oh, I think I should pray. Everybody else is. What would that be?
You the best, Daddy-O? I don't know. I didn't actually have anything in mind. I'm just. I don't know. I don't have anything I want to do. Not really.
That's okay. That's okay.
Thanks for the
All right.
storm, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for the rain. Okay, sweet. So what would Dolion or Thrasius like to put forth as their prayer?
I would thank Lady Athena for her wisdom in these trying days, and for her aid in battle and her life-giving spells, so that some of my friends may still stand, and for bring wisdom back to Crocopia, and so that it might stay, and so that wisdom may never leave the rulers of Crocopia ever again.
Magnificent. Why don't you make me a wisdom-based religion check?
Okay, hold on.
Or do you have the new cleric thing where you get to put
thaumaturge. Yeah.
Well, no, you get to put your wisdom bonus on your religion skill?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then just roll that. Yeah. Go right ahead.
24.
Excellent. You pray fervently to Athena. And you spend some time there, maybe a decent amount of time saying these prayers, praying to her glory, essentially praying for her protection to come to the city, by the sounds of it. And you pray for a time, and eventually, your prayer comes to an end. I imagine, being a cleric of Athena, would this involve you sort of tending to the temple, essentially, and I don't know, tending to the worshippers of Athena a little bit?
I would a little bit, yeah.
Okay,
Give them advice, that kind of thing. And chants or whatever it is that clerics in ancient Greece did.
Chants and such.
Animal
Yeah.
sacrifice.
Performing sacrifices on their behalf and such. You have enough of a reputation now that you're largely being regarded without substantial there's still fear and superstition, but it's lessened. Excellent.
This one's cool.
Excellent. We can come back to you, Vasaliki, if you want. You're the best, Stadio. That's great. So anyway, so as you'll do that for a while. I will circle back to you because you rolled really, really well. But you tend to the temple for a time, and that's awesome. Dolion, you wish to pray as well.
Mhm.
What is your prayer?
I'm gonna start off with thanks because a couple of things happened like in the lead up to the battle where I was able to get information or save the princess, not the princess, the priestess, um, because of either my thieving ability or my being quick of foot. So I'll thank Hermes for that, and for um, just generally being on my side, and then also just offer my service to him in whatever he would like me to do for him.
Okay. Uh, absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. So, why don't you do the same for me? A wisdom-based religion check.
Wisdom-based religion. Okay, so that's good. Just a 7.
7. Okay, understood. DCs are probably a lot lower with Hermes because he is the messenger and he must always be listening. But we will see. We will see what goes on. Did you want us to circle back to you, Vasaliki? Or are you good?
Sure, yeah. Well, so if I try to ask Zeus to like be the guardian of the city, would that use up my like my intervention, like the level 3 intervention?
It depends on how he reacts. Like if he's like, nah, I don't really want to, you could push the issue with that and probably get away with it with that. But I don't know. Don't know as of yet. We'll have to see how he feels and how you roll.
Sure, yeah, let's so yeah, instead I will not do a common daily prayer. I will also seek an animal to sacrifice, and
Okay.
I'll pay for that. Is there a temple to Zeus or
Not a temple at this point. Probably an altar.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'll go to the altar.
Excellent. Yeah, and you sacrifice an animal. Is there a specific kind of animal?
Does Zeus have like an animal that represents him? I don't know if you would appreciate that being sacrificed, actually.
It's a goose.
It's I would say swan, a shower of golden dust or whatever.
Let me look it up.
But would that be offensive or would that be appreciated?
Depends on the animal. He represents power and kingship, which means that a prime offering to him would be a bull. But a bull or an ox. But you could also sacrifice like sheep or goat. Eagles are sacred to him. He would not appreciate an eagle being sacrificed. So he is the biggest, most powerful god, which means that he requires the biggest, most powerful sacrifices.
Damn. Let's go for a goat. How much is that?
Yeah, let's do a goat. Okay, 1 goat is 1 gold.
Okay, we've got a gold. That's way less than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah. So, yeah, for the amount of money you guys will be earning in this game, it'll probably seem low. Like, to the average person, that's a lot. Also keep in mind, like, if you guys are like, I will sacrifice 100 bulls to Zeus, that city's probably fucked after your sacrifice.
That's fair, because that's their food, right? Like,
yeah, that's their food, that's their clothes, that's their everything. It's their economy.
Okay. Well, I'll snatch a goat, and pay the gold.
Yeah, absolutely. Pay out the gold. You have an animal sacrificed on your prayer. And what is it exactly that you say?
Yeah, so Vasaliki will start the prayer. I will say these past few weeks have taught me a lot about kingship and cultivating more of your domain. And I see that this city is in great need. They have a lot of potential, but they find themselves slipping. And with the Great Guardian, they would surely prosper. I ask that you volunteer yourself as the guardian of the city. You deem it worth your time, of course. But I think you are exactly what they need and the kings need. As a great example.
Sorry, I'm losing you. Your volume's going down. I think you were up here and then you started quieting as you were speaking.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I started thinking too much about it.
Yeah, I lost you about halfway through.
Oh, shit. Well, she just says that she appreciates him and she thinks he's really cool and should take over as the guardian of the city. And it's what the kings need.
Okay. Let's see.
He's like, I nominate you.
Yeah. You're nominating him to want to do this. Absolutely. Let's see. Understood. Okay. I will tell you what. Make me a wisdom-based religion check. I'll give you advantage for having sacrificed a worthy animal upon it.
Oh shit. Okay. Wisdom-based religion. Okay. Okay. 10.
10. Understood. All right, we will tune back in soon and see how that all transpires. Let's see here. Okay. We are going to actually come to Dolion, I think, at this point. I'm going to apologize if I'm operating slightly slower than usual today. I'm on a foreign setup right now, so I'm a little slower. But we're going to keep it rolling. So, Dolion, we are going to start with you, my friend. So, you leave the temple. And as you're walking through the streets, you are going to find a heavily robed man sort of stride up next to you in the market, and there's sort of almost like the wind seems to come with him a little bit with his great speed. And underneath the cloak, though he is in mortal guise, you might recognize his features under the cloak. And he gives you sort of that sly grin, and you know your father is with you. And he goes, "Hey, kid, how's everything going? I heard, did everything work out in the end?"
Oh yeah, it was tough going there for a while, but we did prevail.
I'm not surprised. Well, things seem to be looking a little bit better. Say, what are you up to? What are you up to after this?
I'm at your service.
At my service. I love it. Excellent. So, what do you think of your buddies?
Well, I will say certainly they have brought me back from the brink of death a couple of times, so I'm very grateful for that. They've also shown great leadership in battle and ability in battle. The only one that worries me a little bit is Candybus.
I love Candybus personally. He's a well of secrets. I love him. Let me battle whatever. But what about their choices? How do you feel about like the choices they've made?
Well, our original plan here, after you gave us information about there might being a riot, was to quell that riot during the festival for Poseidon. But that kind of got flipped on its head when Romulus decided to just start the riot himself, and then
Child of
lead the,
Ares classic.
and then lead the people to the Acropolis to, I don't know, exact some sort of vengeance on the king, whom we had never met or spoken with. So he will say leads with passion.
Unsurprising.
Yes. Vasaliki, I think, has that in her as well, but also takes the time, I think, to think a little bit more before she acts than Romulus does. The two of them together, though, they can very much pump each other up in the heat of battle. But as I mentioned, they are tremendously proficient in battle. Thrasius, very much as his mother, deliberate, strives for wisdom, but also when times call for it, it can be ferocious.
Okay, interesting. Look, you want to be to my service? That's really great. But you know, you know me. I'm not like the orders guy. I'm the messenger guy. I work within the lines, and so here's the deal. Look. I'm not gonna tell you what to do, kiddo. You gotta walk your own path. But I might suggest, you know, let's try and bend the rules for me a little bit. You know what I mean? No, you don't know what I mean. Let me explain. So, do you ever think about like fate?
Who amongst us doesn't? I mean, it's
right.
Our lives are ruled by it, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
At least ours are. I don't know about yours, but
oh, you don't know, do you?
I don't.
Oh God.
No, I wasn't there for that.
No, he's saying that. He's like,
yeah.
Oh, you don't.
Yeah,
you don't
no.
know.
So yeah, certainly it crosses my mind, especially in a battle where I was almost dead.
Right. So, tell you what, you want to do something for me? This is just like fun. It's super light. Like I'm not like, live your life, man. You're your own person, and you're a demigod, which means you probably hate me because all demigods hate their parents. And that's okay. I get it. And so listen, here, if I had to suggest anything, why don't you go find that like crazy blind priest you hang out with? See what he's got to say, and see if you could like, I don't know, it's like just like a little fun, like whatever. Try and like see that doesn't happen, or something different happens. I don't know. Give it a test. Give it a little poke. You know what I mean? Just out of curiosity. I mean, what is fate, right? Like maybe it's all a big like pyramid scheme. It's a scam. Like who knows? Give it a try. We can't rewrite fate, of course. Just a little fun.
Sure. Why not?
Why not?
Everything seems to be going pretty well here at the moment, so
let's try and spice things up. Things have been going far too well lately.
Sounds fun. Just while you're here, if I might ask you something, that also might be fun. I'm sure you're aware that this city is in search of a new patron. Do you have any insider information about that?
Well,
who's trying to take the patronage of the city?
Oh boy, Dolion. Talking to the messenger, trying to get the scoop. Okay, I'll tell you. Let's see here. Well, I'm pretty sure Athena has long been interested in this place. He's like personally chatted up Krekops a bunch. And I mean, the place is surrounded by water, and Poseidon's Poseidon, and he's a pretty dominating guy, so he'll probably want to get in on the action. Aside from those two, I don't think anyone has a ton of interest. I did just deliver a message from okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna tell you, I love you, kid. I just delivered a message from Vasaliki to Zeus that she's actually hoping that he will try and get into the running for things. And if he tries to get in the running for things, then he's gonna have to win because he's the fucking king of kings, right?
But he's so busy though.
He's so busy. He might not be able to make it happen. She seemed very insistent though. She was like ready to burn favor and everything.
Well, that's interesting. I asked because I was thinking I might place a wager on. I'm sure I can find somewhere I can place a wager on this.
Well, you know what? We'll see what happens. And you know what? Even more fun, we'll see if you can make what's supposed to happen not happen. Just for shits.
Okay.
It probably won't work, but you never know.
Well, hopefully the person that's not supposed to win, they've got some good odds. My wager will really pay off.
Exactly. I mean, these prophets, these seers, they have a hard time sort of divining the intentions of the gods themselves, or the future of the gods themselves, I should say. Intentions are easy to find, in the birds and all. But man, I don't know. Just give it a shot. See what happens. Poke. I am the god of boundaries. Boundaries are important, but it's also good to push your boundaries every now and again. So let's try and push the boundaries. See what happens, right? Don't get killed. That's always just good advice. I was just gonna toss that in there.
Sure. I try not to.
Yeah, see, I'm trying to be a wise god and all. You know what? I know you're suspicious of that Candybus guy, but you know what? You're a pretty good thief. So I will say this in his own way, Candybus is too. Maybe you should form like a little mini alliance. That could be fun. I would watch that season.
I do want to talk to him though, because as I'm sure you know as well, I'm not in great favor with Aphrodite at the moment, so I'd like to find some way to turn that around.
Hey, maybe cozying up to her favorite son will do the job.
Yeah, and he has his moments as well, so.
Yeah, he does. Holy shit, does he have his moments sometimes? Holy fuck. Oh,
well, I guess
threw some curveballs at me once.
I guess I'm off to see Thrasius then and circumvent fate.
Who's Thrasius again?
He's our guy, right?
Right, it's the prophet guy. Sorry, so many mortals to keep track of. You guys just kind of come and go like so fucking quickly.
I just met him myself, so.
Well, yeah, go check it out. Have fun, kid, and just see what happens. Test the boundaries, push things a little bit. Thieving isn't just about getting rich or like the thrill of it. It's also about, pushing boundaries. Crime, thieves, it's all important. Because if you don't have crime and thieves, how are you supposed to test the justice system? That's probably a really bad justification.
Well, at least it keeps things interesting. Either way.
It keeps things interesting. That is right. There's got to be conflict for there to be a good story. Anyway, have fun. Push the boundaries. Maybe cozy up to the lips of desire. Not too close. Or maybe. But anyway, have fun. I will be watching. I'm always watching. I'm here. I'm around. Things are happening. All right. I will catch you later. And remember, before you go, I will share with you a little quote I thought up that I should start saying more. Chains, laws, and fate are all negotiable if you're clever enough. Have a good one, kid. And he is gone like Ricky Road Racer. I love Hermes, he's great. Okay. I want to. Well, let me ask. What do you do in the after that, there, Dolion?
I'm gonna immediately go find our oracle and see what has been ordained to happen, so I can start figuring out a way to circumvent that. I guess, or try my best to do so.
Fair enough. Thrasius, let us come to you. You help out around the temple, and eventually and in future games, I'm going to go into a little more. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about what that looks like. But for now, you just kind of help with sacrifices, sort of see to the prayers of individuals, provide that religious guidance. Why don't you roll me a little persuasion check, we'll say,
Okay,
or performance. I'll give you either or.
Okay,
To
guidance.
sure, yeah, guide yourself, absolutely. To just like be a priest.
$11.
11. 11. You do a pretty good job. People have a hard time looking past the horns, and the bullhead, and the just crazy musculature, and like the huge neck muscles. We're keeping all that bullhead up. But you do a good job. Some people have a hard time being receptive to you because you're new here and you're quite a sight. And but you provide a little. You're starting to make friends around. But you take off, and go ahead. Sorry.
Step at a time.
Yeah, exactly. Step at a time. And you would surely know that being a cleric is patience. It requires a lot of patience to be a cleric, regardless of your race. As you leave, you will find yourself sort of accompanied. Again, these individuals just kind of pop up as you will, like sort of. You just kind of find yourself walking in the right direction, and as sort of the people sort of filter through, you will find yourself walking with a woman who is heavily veiled and cloaked in sort of nice, but nonetheless sort of hidden and traveler sort of clothes. And underneath the hood, you'll recognize the gray, piercingly wise and deep eyes of Athena. And in her mortal guise, she steps with you down the streets. She is not nearly as tall as you in this form. You are head and shoulders above the goddess.
I weirdly try to shrink my head down a little bit in order to not appear taller than her.
Yeah, you try to. It's hard. You have quite the stature about you, and the only way that she's reaching you is if she appears to be a woman of noticeable stature, which is what she's trying to avoid, actually. So, let's see. Oh, hang on. Incorrect type there. There we go. Okay, so Athena, goddess of wisdom, strategy, civilization, all of these things walks alongside you. She is going to say, let us review.
Yes, my lady.
I am not your lady.
Yeah, lady, got it. It's.
I am your mother.
Yes.
It's okay. I appreciate the respect, but we need not be so formal with one another. Let us begin.
All right. And I explained to her everything that's happened in my experience with it. Up until this point, how we got here, how we heard a bunch of rumors about, hey, there's going to be a riot maybe, and say, hey, maybe we can meet the king if we stop the riots. And then the Romulus kind of said, no, when the riots started happening, Romulus said, yeah, right, yeah, riots. And I tried to lead some of them away, and that only kind of worked. The riot got stopped eventually, of course it did. We were scattered for a while. How we eventually found the priestess of Athena. Candybus connected it to this trio of witches outside of town, and so on and so forth. It was a great battle, and eventually we succeeded. And I executed her in the name of justice.
She doesn't speak a word. She just listens. Nerve-wrackingly so, of course. She is Athena. But you understand that her silence isn't. Actually, you don't know it. You don't know. But she just listens silently, utterly silently, as you speak, and just simply walks with you. And she will sort of nod and say, "When the law was carried out and justice was done, and that is what need be done."
The king has announced that he hopes to find a god to be the guardian, the proper guardian of the city when he steps down.
Yes, he does. I will be there to impart gifts upon the city and make my claim to it.
Is there any way I might help you with this?
No, I require no aid. But you could help me with something else. I have noticed, as of late, Hermes has been, shall we say, strangely interested in the goings-ons of your particular group. And more still, Aphrodite has been sort of agitated as of late as well. She seems to be similarly focused on the goings-ons of this group. Her eyes are upon them, upon all of you. I don't think it could be coincidence that both of them have children within this group, and the gods are not such great parents that they watch their children so carefully to ensure their safety. I believe they have secondary concerns regarding this group. Do you have any reason to believe my logic is not sound?
Is there any reason for her to think that why Hermes and Aphrodite might be watching us beyond just simply being their children? Derek can think of one reason, one big
I'm
reason.
sure Derek can.
In Thrasius, they did tell Thrasius something about it. They didn't really sit down and explain it to him, but he was informed of something. He was informed of it. Well, I've only been with this group since Thebes. And there was something strange one of them told me after the party. It was they said, like, we were talking about how we have brought fate about, but I think it was Candybus I was talking with him about how we have brought fate about to Thebes, and it is good that we have. But Candybus scoffed at that. Because, and he said that, and he took me aside that the demigods were free to break with fates.
Interesting.
I'm not fully. I doubt I do not fully understood what he means, but he seemed incredibly confident about it for some reason, and which is saying something because he's usually confident. This he was supremely confident about.
Thrasius, knowledge means very little without application. I would bid you find application in these allegations. Test to see if it is true. And I will look at threads on my own end. If what is said is true, the repercussions could be vast. Zeus must be informed, but I will not bring it before him until I am certain of its merit. Truthfully.
How great would these repercussions be?
Tremendously great. The power to defy the greatest force in the universe, even greater than Zeus. Powerful tool. Greater than any lightning bolt.
Would Zeus be tempted? Zeus is a king, and he felt that there was a power greater than him that he could not control. Would he be tempted to destroy that power?
What do you think?
I think we need to find out what exactly fate has in store for us, and if so, I need to be very careful.
Then go carefully. I will speak with you again soon. My eyes right now are upon Cracopia, but see if you can figure the validity of these statements, and I will look as well.
I get to a private place and I give her a bow.
She will. Yeah, she will. She'll look at you, and she'll say, "You are correct to worry. What you say is dangerous. The politics of Olympus and what it means for mankind. But take heart, Thrasius. Birth and circumstance mean nothing. They mean nothing at all. Deeds shape worth. So make sure your deeds are worthy in the days to come."
Understood.
And she will depart down the street, walking as normally as any mortal you've ever seen.
And with that, I'm as carefully as a Minotaur can. He's going to walk his way back to walk his way back to Tiresias, the prophets.
Okay. All right. Understood. Let's see. Okay, so let us come to Tiresias then. I feel. Am I missing anyone? Am I missing anything that needs to happen before this? Or if anybody thinks they would be in that direction. I know Dolion and Thrasius want to go talk to him. Would Candybus or Vasaliki would be feasibly on their way to go talk to him, or do you guys have other things to do?
Sure, yeah, I'll go with them.
I probably got some other things I'm doing.
Okay. If that's the case, Vasaliki, you've found it perhaps favorable to you to and to the party to be regaled by the great wisdoms of the seer before taking the next action. You find yourself wandering in that direction. At which point you will bump into Dolion and Thrasius. And the three of you kind of find your way into the tavern where you are going to go speak to your pal. Thrasius is there. He's blind. He's sitting at some table somewhere, with like a crust of
Tiresias.
bread or whatever. Or yeah, Thrasius. He is Tiresias. You're right. Tiresias is sitting there. He's like eating like a crust of bread and some ale. He goes, "By Aphrodite's tits! What does it take to get a good drink around here?"
You don't say that. Smite him! Smite him with impotence!
I am not impotent. I'm just blind
I'll
and thirsty.
bring him over something to drink.
Ah, see? It's like a prayer when you cuss out the gods. It has been known to me, I believe, that swearing and using the gods that you swear is actually to their great amusement. They can be wrathful, but I think they rather enjoy it when we are vulgar. But I have no proof about this at all.
Yeah, until they don't.
Of course, until they don't. I find it fun to sort of swear at someone in reference to the gods, but not to swear at the gods. That's bad. That's right. But I think they do like to be a part of the shit talking in their own way. That is my theory, but I have received no visions to support that theory. So I suspect you all want something because you're all here to see me. Never just say hi, Tiresias. How are you? Can we help you around the city or buy you new clothes? No, it's always Tiresias. Share me a prayer. Tell me what's going to happen in the future.
Am I there?
Yeah, you said you were. So it's everybody
Yeah,
except
would
for even Candybus doesn't even show up. Wait,
Would you?
and he touches all your faces. He
Would
goes,
you?
yeah, even Candybus and Romulus don't even have enough time to even hear my prophecies, which are the best.
Would you like to wear some new clothing?
You know what? I would.
I take him shopping.
What, right now? I'm eating.
Okay. Well, tomorrow I'll take you shopping.
Okay, great. Yes, tomorrow I'll take me shopping and I'll buy some new eye earrings. If I can't have eyes on my face, I will have eyes on my ears. Okay, all right. Let me hear it. What do you want?
Well, as you say, you are an oracle, so we do come seeking your insight into the
About what? Love, career,
politics, actually.
politics. We're getting into politics. How boring.
How
Goodbye.
about celestial politics?
Oh, now we're talking. Actually, no. Celestial politics actually got me blinded. So, yeah. But hey, if you all want to go ahead with that, you have so much fun. Just remember the cautionary tale. Is all I'm saying. Okay, divine politics. Anything specific?
Yes, so Krekops is in the midst of a search for a patron.
Mm,
I know, personally, I'd be interested to know who the fates believe that should be or will be.
okay. Let me look out and about and see what I see. He thinks for a moment. I'll say he does the usual sort of oracle prophecy thing, and he asks you guys to do a couple of strange in the moment things, like, hey, step outside and look north and tell me what you see in the sky. And then he'll take out some knuckle bones and roll them out on the table in front of him and sort of feel around them a little bit, and all sort of things. He'll dip his finger into his drink and taste it, and then flick some into a nearby fire, and it'll and he goes, okay, I foresee this. Thanks to your efforts, Procopia is destined to be one of the greatest cities Greece will ever know. Not yet, but in time. And that will be shaped in many ways, one of which is the decision to come. I foresee that there are two gods, that will share gifts with the king of Precops. And through these gifts, the decision will be made: who will rule the city? Let's see. He's like feeling around his bones. There are no other gods, it seems, who are interested or will take place in this meeting, in these gift givings, to become guardian of the city. He will bring something they have, and she will bring something they need. It'll be wisdom. It'll be seed. It'll be the nature of man and the potential of man. And in the end, the king will pick that which will feed the city best. For she is destined, it seems, to have the king's heart in this matter. And then it seems indeed the king does intend to kindly step down and allow his successor to take control of the city. And great things will be afoot then. Great things indeed.
Like the most crucial part of what you were saying, my internet crapped out.
Oh.
Yeah, I heard
He
the
essentially
two got involved and then came back in at nature of man.
got it. He essentially said that there will be a male god and a female god. One will bring something they need, one will bring something that they have. And that essentially, in all of its mysticism, the goddess of wisdom is destined to win this competition.
Got it.
And that it will make the city great. Or it'll be one of the factors that make the city great.
Thank you, Thrasius. Thank you for this.
You're welcome. So we're going shopping tomorrow, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Awesome. Or you're paying, right?
Yes, I will.
Good. Good. Very good. Anything else?
We can speak on tomorrow on the nature. We can speak tomorrow during the shopping, but I am fascinated on how you give out your oracles come to you. Your visions
My
come
oracles
to you.
come to me.
Your visions come to you.
Oh, I can tell you that. It's very simple. You see, when I was a young boy, I was out wandering, and I was like wandering down the road, and I saw two snakes coupling, and I batted them with my stave unwisely, and the goddess of Aphrodite took great offense. So she turned me into a woman. And I wandered the world as a woman for a while. And then, eventually, I managed to earn my manhood back again, which was super great. And when Zeus was having his great feast, he asked me to come and receive him and his wife. And that always goes well, right? Being put in the middle of Zeus and Hera. Anyway, basically Zeus and Hera said, you're the only mortal who's ever walked the earth as both a man and a woman. So answer a question for us. Does a man or a woman take more pleasure from life? And let's just say Hera didn't like my answer and struck me blind. And Zeus, to compensate me for being struck blind, gave me the power of perfect prophecy. And that's how that happened. So, divine politics. Let that be a cautionary tale.
You've never been wrong in any of your prophecies previously?
Well, I've only ever had the power of prophecy since I met all of you, and I haven't been wrong yet, so... you know. I told you guys about the king in Pythia, and that came out to be true. I've divined what was going to be for lunch the next day, every day, and it's always been right. So yeah, I haven't been wrong yet. I mean, if Zeus gives you the power of perfect prophecy, I mean, I'm not going to doubt him.
So the way to get the gift of prophecy is for Zeus to take pity on you after being struck blind by Hera.
Yep. He's not really a give the same gift twice kind of guy, though. He's really fashionable like that. Why are you thinking about offending Hera, getting struck blind, and receiving prophetic power?
No. I was thinking about how to see visions like you do. I communed with the gods. I used an augury during the trial of the witch, and they spoke of her guilt, and I was thinking of ways. If I'm to be a priest of Athena, I must have wisdom and knowledge, and I might be an advisor to kings, so I would need. And one way to get wisdom and knowledge is by divination, such as magics that you possess as well.
Well, I would advise you this. Prophecies are the powers of Apollo, and they are unreliable artistic things most of the time. If you wish to be a good advisor to the king as a son of Athena, be the son of Athena. Focus on strategy and knowledge and not sort of ranting madman bullshit. And besides, Athena will provide all of the gifts you need, I'm sure, in due time. If you're actually a cleric. You're a cleric, right? Are you like a real cleric?
Yes,
Are
I
you like
am.
one of those fake clerics who like pretends to be a cleric, like a charlatan?
I am a cleric.
Then you should be good. Athena will provide all the miracles you need in due time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm excited for shopping tomorrow. I'll be here eating crusts of bread.
I give him a. Hold on, and I will give him 2 pieces of gold to help pay for dinner.
Those are gold, I can tell by the texture. Wow. I've never had a gold before. That's cool. Thanks.
Thank you again, Tiresias.
Well, time for my afternoon nap. And he'll, almost in like that awkwardly long Family Guy way, like sort of stand up and take a staff and sort of tap around the living room, and you all watch
I
him
help
go.
guide him along.
All right, great. You gotta help him find the stairs, and once he finds the stairs, he's like, "All right, I'm good. Thank you. Very helpful, very helpful." And he'll find his way upstairs, and you 3 can have counsel if you wish.
Is Dolion's here, right?
Yeah, you're all here, all 3 of you, other than Candybus.
Okay, Dolion.
Yes.
Well, the good news is, according to Tiresias, the gods of wisdom should win. If we should win, even if we don't intervene. But you've gone above and beyond to help Athena, and by saving her priestess earlier, and you've won quite a bit of her favor. Yeah. If we help her win again, you would become especially close. You would become favorites of the goddess Athena, and there are benefits to being a favorite of the goddess of strategy and wisdom.
Yes, I'm sure there are. I think I'm going to allow things to play out on their own. It does seem dangerous to get involved in the affairs of the gods on such a direct level. And given that Athena is bait to win anyway. I feel like the only thing I could do would be interfere in a negative way. So I think I'm going to allow Athena her victory.
That is a relief. That is good to hear.
Well,
Am I-
don't you think the greatest city, or what's going to become the greatest city, should belong to the greatest Olympian? I still think Zeus would make an excellent guardian of the city.
Zeus is powerful, but he is the lord of all of Greece and of all of kings. It's similar way with his children. I don't know if he can play favorites with cities the same. He can't even play favorites with his children.
Sure, he can. And I'm pretty sure he does.
Is he not already essentially the patron of all of Greece? Why limit himself to a city when he can have the entire world?
Perhaps there's something in that, but why not have a city as well?
He has all the cities. I'll pay reference to Zeus.
Well, Athena's not a bad pick. I have been worshiping Athena as part of the Amazonian culture for my entire life, and she's quite memorable. So if not Zeus, then I think Athena is an excellent second choice.
It would be nice to finally find somewhere that's ruled by reason.
Not by the
Primarily by reason.
not by the madness and graciousness that we've experienced so far.
I think I'm gonna go out and enjoy the day. I mean, there's so much. I mean, everyone loves us right now, right? So why not see what advantages we can gain while we're here from these people?
It sounds fun, but I would hate to exploit someone's kindness.
Oh, I don't mean to. I'm happy to take what is offered. I will never impose myself on somebody.
People might offer up quite a lot, but I might. If I might join you.
For time, certainly. Yeah.
Vasaliki, sure you want to come along?
Where are you going?
I was planning on just going out into the agora, walking around, seeing people.
Sure. I didn't have any plans specifically, so well, great, yeah.
Maybe we'll run into Candybus.
Yeah.
He's off. Candybus is off enjoying himself. Well, enjoying someone else, more likely.
I kind of feel like they have a pretty good time too, probably.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I guess we just head out into the agora, into
Let's
the
go.
crowd.
Let's
Yeah.
go look around.
Okay. We will circle back to that, I think. Candybus, so patient, so ready for tricks and tribulations. What do you do?
I believe I notice many people are going to commune with their gods of choice. It's probably due time that I do the same.
Understood. You are finding your way to the altar of Aphrodite?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. What is your prayer? What would you say? What would you provide to Aphrodite, the goddess of love?
My prayer is Aphrodite, the most beautiful entity in all of divinity. I come bearing news. I met someone.
Yakiko, if you wish.
I wish to regale you with the details of my entanglements in recent days, and see if you have some perspective or insight as to what you would like to see happen in the future.
Okay. So uniquely to you, I'm not going to require a check because a lot's been going on that has drawn the eyes of the goddess of love. Around the altar, the first thing you sense is the smell of the salt of the sea, more potently than in other places. And then a sort of mist, like when a wave crashes upon a stone and sort of creates that sort of seaside mist. Yeah, you sort of feel your skin grow sort of moist. There's moisture on your skin from this as it sort of fills and almost becomes white and obscured with this great sort of sea mist. And emerging from that sea mist to the point where the only thing that you can see around you is the altar and the sea mist sort of blinding all around. And stepping from the sea mist is the beautiful, the gorgeous, the greatest goddess of them all, it seems, by your standard. Aphrodite, her body similarly sort of slick with the wetness of the sea, her hair damp, but tastefully so, sort of loosely down her side, her nude form. It is overwhelming to peer upon, even for you, even after all this time. And her eyes are sharp and passionate, but sort of soft and compassionate at the same time. And she sort of steps forth. And this time differently bears a golden girdle upon her nude form, her wedding gift. Unlike the others, she appears in all of her divine glory before you and says, "Candybus, my son, how lovely to see you."
And you as well. Quite the sight for the sorest of eyes.
Of course. Of course. My, you have been a busy little boy lately.
That's why I'm out here. To be busy.
I see. It is so odd what has occurred between you and Medea. I have had such plans for her, and it seems you have found your way into those plans, frankly, without my guidance. It is strange. It is very fascinating.
Strange and fascinating in a good way.
I control all love. I am the conqueror of love.
Yes.
And yet, this is not a love that I designed. It is one that you designed. She was not meant to fall in love, at least not yet. But yet she has. It is... You see in her, I'll say make an insight check.
Okay.
She's not a creature of great deception. She's very, very hard on the sleeve, almost dangerously so.
22.
22. She, as she said, is very fascinated by this occurrence. there is a jealousy about her to it, that she is not in control of all love, it seems. That's there, that you have brought about love that she never intended. But it's sort of like jealous curiosity. And lastly, she's being very soft about it, in a way that it might make you kind of like, oh, because instead of like berating you or sort of being in a tizzy about it, just being very soft about it, which means that she has probably some other outlet in mind, revolving around this situation with Olympia, which doesn't necessarily bode well. So there's a dangerous softness about her.
I would like to attempt to put your mind at ease, as our interests forever will be aligned. We are of the same nature, of the same blood now, yes?
Yes, of course. Make no mistake, Candybus. You are everything and more I could have wished for in a son. You are so potent. But Medea, that's intriguing. Very intriguing. But by all means, if there's something you wish to share.
Well, clearly you are aware of this individual that I've had my most recent entanglement with, and I was introduced to Hecate.
Go on.
And I seem to have found myself in a bit of an arrangement with this god as well. But I'm not entirely sure what I've gotten myself into. I'm wondering if you have a little insight.
I'm afraid not too much. Me and Hecate largely don't cross paths. There isn't much that she has to do with me and I have to do with her. We kind of don't find each other crossing paths. She's all about magic and witchcraft and power and, I don't know, moons, whatever. It has really nothing to do with me.
I mean, I can foresee a future where those paths can be aligned.
Do you? She's such a nocturnal and liminal and sort of obfuscating creature, whereas I myself am not one to be hidden away.
Don't I know it?
You do. What could you possibly think me and Hecate have in common?
I think it could be maybe a bit of a balancing act. Sometimes absence makes the heart grow fonder. Sometimes the hiding of beauty can heighten its reveal.
Hiding beauty to heighten its reveal. Of course, there must be a temptation, but you must flaunt that temptation around. Surely we wear clothes, or you all wear clothes, to bring about this temptation, but this is a mortal function to give and to take and to hide and to show and to tempt. I am what's under the clothes.
Then perhaps this is more of a path that's tied to me specifically. As I walk amongst the mortals, I must do their dance.
By all means, I make no issue with you crossing paths with Hecate. She's not someone on my radar. She does not get in my way.
This is good.
Hmm. Very well. Then enjoy your flaunting around with Hecate. Just don't forget. Don't
You,
forget what's supposed to be
you were always gonna be number one.
good. So long as we understand one another.
But before you go, please, how is married life?
You see, she deflates. She says, I have tried my best to be close to my husband, but he always has something else to do. Some great work he must perform, some project he must get up to, and it leaves me with so much time to myself. He's always working. He's always in love with his inventions and his projects. It barely gives me any time.
That's terrible.
It is. It's not all bad. It gives me space to do whatever I want.
I mean, you should have that anyway.
Of course.
Well, hopefully he sees the error of his ways, and if not, I do have some pull with Ares. I'm sure you do as well. We can find a way around this. But that's further into the future. That's a last resort.
What's your passive insight?
Not amazing. 14.
She's not very good at hiding. He's a little good at hiding. You mention Ares, and a little sly grin curls across her lips. A little delicious grin. She says, yes, you do, and I do as well. I pull with the god of war. Well, anyway, what else is going on?
Oh, nothing. We've freed Crocopia from their tyrant Snake King, and now we await a new guardian of the city bestowed by the gods.
Ooh. Well, I hope that all goes well. As for Medea, I feel the need to test her.
To test her.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
Don't take it personally, my son. I wish to poke. I'm curious about this little bond you two share. We will see what comes in the days.
Either way, no matter what bond we share, I'm not one to be tied down for long.
Oh, she might feel very differently. She likes you close. But I might have to just tempt her this way and that. Push and pull her between safety and all other great things. And what you told me way back on Mount Olympus, I expect that is the cause of all of this turmoil, of all of this unadulterated love. I will have to see if destiny can snap shut on her.
I suppose only fate will tell. Unless, of course, it doesn't.
We shall see. Good luck, my son. I really must be going. I have a meeting, shall we say.
All right. I'll be speaking to you again soon.
Yes, we will have to speak again soon. Very soon. And she'll like give you a little wink. And she kind of step back into the mist, which sort of roils around her at her command and sort of dissipates. And you would know both of those things are the wedding gifts. Wedding gift 1 and wedding gift 2.
Yeah.
He has some cool toys now, but not a happy marriage, unfortunately. Okay, beautiful. So let us circle around to first and foremost. It begins to rain, and it begins to storm in Procopia. It's a rumble. There's no lightning. No lightning is struck. There is like the very low, distant rumble of presence more than rage or wrath. And the rain falls, and that'll begin while you two, Dolion and Thrasius, are in the Agora, and you're going to see some things before everybody sort of runs for cover from the rain. The first thing you are going to see is that the priests are all out and about. They are speaking with one another, largely talking about confusing omens. They talk about birds circling the Acropolis and scattering. They speak of blackish water at the sacred spring of Gaia outside the city. They talk of the auguries of seers openly in the Agora, which is something that they never do. It's usually a sacred thing only spoken of on sacred grounds. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe. You also feel that with King Krekops's declaration, a lot of the celebration has sort of faded into attention. Maybe even rivalries amongst the city about which god will become the guardian. There's a tenseness to the people. Not a bad tenseness, but like an excited tension to see how things progress. Is there anything that Thrasius, Dolion would like to do in the Agora before we move on?
Is there anyone selling sea glass?
Sea glass?
Yeah.
Interesting. Maybe an investigation check.
Nat 1.
Oh, a nat 1? Is that what you said?
That is correct.
What was he looking for?
Sea glass.
You're like, okay, I gotta find me some sea glass. And you're like, okay, here I go. And suddenly it starts raining. And everyone's like, shop's closed, let's run for cover. And you're like, oh, fuck, come on.
There's a whole shelf of sea glass, and the vendor like trips and falls and breaks every last one of them.
Yeah, you like look across the market, you're like, that's exactly the place I'm looking for. Here I go to walk over. And on the trip over the like 100 feet, at around the 50 foot, like it starts pouring, and they're like, shop's closed. Oh no, I gotta go home for the day. And he starts gathering up all his shit and running for cover from the rain. Like, fuck. Is there anything else you guys would like to do in the Agora? No? Okay.
Not me.
Oh yeah, go ahead. No, nothing for you, Dolion.
No, not me.
Okay. As it begins to rain, everyone sort of runs for cover. Everybody clears out of the various markets. Thrasius and Dolion and Candybus too probably all find their way to dry quarters, wherever their next destination may be.
Is it possible for me to help? Was it possible for me to help Dolion with his thing? Or was that
up? That check is come and gone, unfortunately. But I imagine there is one individual who does not run from the rain. Vasaliki. Would you run for cover from the rain?
Nah, she's gonna walk casually through it. Yeah.
Very well. You watch casually through it and you make your way into the Agora. And it is so odd to see the Agora empty in the middle of the day. But it is raining pretty hard and the thunders come and nobody wants to catch cold. Because you could die from a cold back then. as you walk into the agora, you are going to see standing in the middle of Crocopia in all of his mighty glory, some fucking huge 50, like, well, how big would it be? Probably like 15 to 20 feet tall. Like huge. He's would it be that big? No, I'd say around 15 feet still. The 15-foot tall, mighty, white sort of single shoulder toga, brawn and muscle as you have not seen before. Glorious, his hair white and almost seems to flow upon the air as if it was made from cloud stuff itself. You see the mighty and severe form of the king of king and the god of gods, Zeus, the chief of the Olympians himself, sort of turns his mighty form around like moving a mountain to meet your presence, Vasaliki. And he says, "Daughter."
Yes, you came. I'm pleased to see you.
I'm pleased to see you too. Much has happened in this city. You have drawn the eyes of many gods with your battles, with your glories. I'm pleased to see it.
Thank you. It wouldn't be possible without the blood that runs in my veins. That's from you, and feel like damn proud. Did you receive my message then?
I did.
Or prayer? Sorry, it would have been a prayer.
Same diff, daughter. He says, "Yes, I received your message from Hermes. The prayer, I was surprised by it. Please, tell me of it. Tell me what you propose."
Well, this city of Crocopia is fated to be one of the greatest cities, if not greatest, of Greece. And I thought who better than the greatest Olympian to step in as its guardian.
Kind of puts his hands behind his back, seemingly in genuine consideration, and listens. And he says, "Simply for the glory of it, we propose."
Is there fault in that?
You must be cautious in these things, Vasaliki. Tell me, if I were to win, as I surely would, the city's allegiance, and I took up guardianship of it, how do you think Poseidon or Athena would react? Or what would happen to their reputations?
Well, I did not consider this quite yet. I expect they would be scorned, upset, Poseidon in particular.
Indeed. Poseidon is the mightiest of the gods after me, and certainly the angriest. Greece runs upon the seas, and this city will gain its bounty from the seas. If I were to undermine, or if I was to provoke Poseidon directly in this way, it could cause great trials for the city. And more still, Athena would not take it as scorn. She would respect my decision. However, I would be undermining her. And she is my favorite child. And I would not see her undermined by the rest of the Olympians. She loses respect. I would not wish to show the Olympians through gesture that she doesn't know what she's doing. and that I need to step in.
I understand. And our seer does say that Athena is the winner that comes out between her and Zeus, or excuse me, Poseidon.
Zeus kind of smiles with the look of someone receiving news they didn't expect. Says, I see. Tiresias, if I'm not mistaken. He is your oracle.
That's right. He travels with us.
His powers are great. I bestowed great things upon him. Athena is wise. But these things have not yet taken place. And prophecies can change by the will of God sometimes, potent though he is. So I will say this, Vasaliki. I will not put myself forth to run this city. I do not take what my children must earn for themselves. I am the King of Kings, and I am the father of the gods, and thus I must let my children succeed by their own merits, allow them space to flourish. Nor do I contest what I already rule. I am the Lord of Greece. I need not compete for what is already mine. A king does not compete, he confirms it. So this is what I will do. I will set precedent that the kingship is up to the popular vote, is up to the popular understanding by the king of Crocopia himself, that will be honored without repercussion. I will endorse the contest itself, and you will be my arbiter. I will have you to watch and see that all legitimate claimants perform these well, that they do what is expected, and that there are no underhanded dealings through this contest, and more still, that you bless the city's right to choose in my name. You will go forth with my voice. Will you do this?
That's like he's gonna say yes. I didn't totally understand it though. So
he basically said he wants you to, judge is the wrong word, I guess referee, if we're gonna put it in very simple terms. He wants you to just like bless the city in his name. He wants you to basically be the person to say Zeus has endorsed this contest and make sure that there's no like foul play.
okay.
So he's basically
Selecting the king.
Sorry?
Over selecting the king.
Just making sure like the king isn't manipulated, or there's no like backdoor dealings with the king, or the king is proceeding honorably and he is choosing with like a free mind, unlike before. Basically, like it's a very open-ended thing where he's saying like go forth with my word to say that this is blessed by Zeus, and to bless the competition in his name. And last and most importantly, make sure there's no foul play. Just of any kind.
Now there's a competition for who's king, and it's not Aegeus.
No, sorry. Who is going to be the defender? Which god is going to win?
Oh, you were saying the guardian.
Yeah, sorry. I said king. I meant guardian. My apologies.
Oh.
That's probably where I confused you. No, so the competition of the two gods is going to proceed as normal. He's just saying reside over it and make sure that there's no foul play of any kind.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Make sure that the king is in his good senses and he's judging fairly, and also make sure that the gods are not like fucking each other over or something. Basically make sure it's a clean competition.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And,
he called you the arbiter. That's what he called you.
yeah,
So.
She'll say, "Of course, father. I respect and understand your decision. I think it's a wise one, and I'll be honored to carry this out in your name."
Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. He sort of looks you a little longly. Says, excellent. Very well, I will leave you then. There's much to tend to. I'll be excited to see how this all plays out. Maybe I'll even have to attend quietly.
I'm excited to see how it all turns out as well. Yes. Well, thank you for coming. It was good to see you, and until next time.
And he nods. And with the crashing of a thunderbolt, a blinding thunderbolt, as if striking Zeus himself, blinding you to the sight of him, he is gone, leaving only a small scorch mark on the rock, with a little steam rising from it. Fantastic. So that's a big responsibility, Vasaliki. Endorsing the competition in the name of Zeus himself. Incredible. Sweet. Who is up next? Who else has got stuff to do?
What like time of day is it still? Is it still early in the day?
I'm gonna say that we're getting to be around the afternoon. We'll say.
Okay.
Because the execution was in the morning, right?
The execution was in the morning. Yeah, some things have happened. You've traveled around the city a little bit, so yeah, we're getting to be around afternoon time coming into it.
Okay, I'm gonna turn to Thrasius and Vasaliki, assuming we're all still together. I know that Vasaliki, you're probably on your own for your conversation with Zeus. But say, I had a conversation with my father early this afternoon, and I have an errand I must run that is private, so I will leave you for the rest of the day. You at the I'm assuming the competition ends tomorrow. Or the announcement of the god patron is tomorrow.
Has it been declared?
Yeah.
Doesn't even been good.
Well, at the very least, I'll be gone for a few hours. So I'll see you this evening.
All right. Very, very well. What we're getting off to again?
It's a private matter between my father and I.
All right.
Am I there or no? I am there.
Do I do sense anything about Dolion's acting?
I'll tell you what, Dolion, make me a deception check, because it seems you're intentionally trying to hide some things. Theseus, make an insight check.
Guidance.
No, you can't guidance.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my one a day advantage from
Yeah.
and roll that again.
Got it. I'm imagining that this takes place before you guys all leave the tavern after receiving the initial prophecy, we'll say.
Okay.
So what are our rolls?
21.
Can I also get advantage by using one of Athena's favors, or
Have you already? Well, you can, but have you already rolled?
not yet? I haven't rolled yet.
Oh, then yeah, you may. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna say just roll flat because you waited for the result and are now
Okay.
asking for
I have.
advantage, which is
I didn't want to. Okay.
yeah, just roll a straight roll. You gotta. You can't wait for the result and then.
Okay. I didn't. 14.
Okay, 14. Dolion's the son of Hermes. Let's put it that way. You go looking for extra knowledge, extra information in his composure, and there's nothing to be found.
Also telling the truth, it is a private matter between my father and me.
Yeah, but he's
Not a lie.
trying to find the hidden thing
Yeah.
underneath. Well, yeah. Okay.
Then I'll leave them and leave the Agora as well. Then once I'm out of their sight, I'd like to try and find somewhere where I can either purchase or steal a black bull.
A bowl?
A bull.
Very interesting. Sh Lower DC. I'm sure there's pottery places where they paint bowls.
Yeah, bull. ULL. The animal.
Oh, a bowl. A
Yeah.
black bowl?
Yeah.
Woo! Okay, that'll be a little tougher. Make
That's right
me
here.
What? Yeah.
He's
I got you. Make me an investigation check. See if you
Okay.
can find out
Okay.
if any of the farmers have such a creature.
Okay, investigation. Come on, investigation.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little difficult.
That's 5.
5. I will say that you hear that there are a couple of bowls that are in and around Crocopia, but something that is just like purely black would be such a prized creature for
Mhm.
sacrifice. You do not hear of such a magnificent bowl as that.
Okay. All right, then.
Any bowl and then some black paint.
Yeah. Then I think not being able to find exactly what I wanted, I'm gonna go to the the coast right at the waterline.
Yep.
And I'm gonna take out the vial of the seawater that I bought during the Festival of Poseidon.
Okay.
And I'm going to anoint my dagger with it.
Okay.
And not having found a worthy animal to sacrifice, I'm going to cut my hand and let the blood drip into the water. See.
Okay.
Oh.
And at the same time, like I'm going to then kind of like kneel in the water so that it is crashing into me and pray to Poseidon. And pray and give him information that I've learned about the competition for the patronage of Crocopia and the manner of the gift that will win the competition, that being one that is providing something that the city needs. I'm gonna also tell him.
I'll tell you what. Man, providing your own blood to a god is well, that is a probable symbol of like not bondage is the right word, but it's certainly binding. So you bleed yourself, and it's storming out right now, raining. Somewhere in the city, Vasaliki is speaking with her father. Not that you know that, but within this storm, the waves crash, and yeah, you kind of bleed into the water. You're kneeling in the water. The water's sort of crashing into you, racking your focus, and as you sort of like the water's running down you from the rain and from the storm and from the sea. There is a point where you are hit by another wave, and you kind of look up and blink a couple of times to see the mighty form standing knee deep, and for his some 15-foot tall form is exceptional. Standing there, trident in hand, crowned in cockle shells, his every bit the master of the sea in strength and broadness, long bearded, dark is he, like the depths of the sea itself. You see fury in his eyes, not for you, but just for the nature of what the sea is. And you see the mighty form of the great Poseidon stand before you. And he speaks, and his voice is deep and powerful like the sea itself. and he says, "You bleed into my waters, and you whisper secrets, child of Hermes. So, tell me then to my face, what is it that you mean to share?"
I have only wished to give information as to the fate of this city and all of Greece to you. We,
Speak.
in our party, we have an oracle who has seen that Athena will win the favor of this city from now until eternity. I know that you
Does
are in
not look
competition.
happy.
I normally would not insert myself into this, but it was during her time. Well, let's put it this way. Things fell apart in this city while the current king was an avid worshiper of Athena. It does not bode well that she remain the patron of this city. I would rather see you, king of the seas, take over the mantle.
He puts a hand up, points at you. In this wind and storm, you have noticed that the sea has gone unnaturally still during this, while you've been speaking. It's gone flat. The wind is dead, and it is like a violent silence. And he says, "You speak very boldly for one who stands on borrowed ground. Know this, the only reason I do not strike you down in this moment is because you are the son of the messenger god. And wars are not won by killing messengers. And so for that I will spare my hand." He spits into his own water. This is prophecy. Apollo speaks fate. The fates themselves read it. But I endure those tides. Who has prophesied this? Who has spoken such words of my failings?
His name is Tiresias.
Tiresias.
He gained his powers from your brother.
Which one?
The one you call king.
He grits his teeth as you say the one you call king. And he looks at you with deep offense and resentment. Says, "You are wise to name the one who has betrayed these words of destiny. Tiresias will fall by my hands most wisely. If he is wise, he will elude the sea as long as he lives. But even then, I have my means of finding my ways above the shores. How does this prophecy propose that I lose? Speak!"
Gifts will be offered to win the patronage of the city. The gift given by Athena is one to provide for the city in all of the future from now until the end of time.
You feel in this moment that you feel something slither across your leg. And you look into the water to see that you are surrounded in sea beasts, snakes, fish, all manner of creature have come to hear the words of how their king would fail. And as you look up to him and you continue to speak these words that he's demanded you speak, you see behind him what is forming a great tidal wave. Away off in the distance as the water recedes from your knees. It says, continue.
If you wish to win this contest, as I wish you to win this contest, a gift that will serve this city for all time is what is necessary. I do not dare suggest what that gift may be, but I just wish to push you on at least even footing with Athena in this competition.
Hermes. He is a liar. He is a truth teller. And he is a god that pushes boundaries and plays on technicalities. The sea has risen now behind him, sort of his great presence emanated by a great wave that forms around him, prepares to crash. And he speaks poorly of your father indeed. And in that moment, the wave sort of hits him, but he does not, as it splashes by him, he is not thrown, he does not change his posture in the slightest. But the wave, the tip of the wave curls and comes straight down for you. Do you flee?
No.
The water comes crashing down, and you can't help but put your arms up at least to guard your eyes from the great torrent of water. And water splashes past you and at least pushes you sort of just a little back, not off your knees by any measure, but back. And you see that whatever stones were in front of you when the water receded have been smashed into sand. And the water retracts. Temper of the god of the seas, barely retracted. And he says, you may then have use, still, child of Hermes. If this is your wish, then I tell you this. Fate has rules, and I want to know what they break. Find where there's leverage. Find where fate can be endured, mitigated. My gift is not the issue. It is the fates that are the issue. Find the fulcrum, find the levy, and break it. Or bring knowledge of it to me that I might do so well. Act fast as I know you can, son of Hermes, and return to me when you have news of the changing tide.
As you wish.
And he turns in the water and sort of steps down into the water until his trident and his head disappear into the water, and that still water begins to stir again back into its storminess from once before. And you have, by blood, at least in this matter, it seems, indentured yourself to Poseidon. As shaking things up as a father asked of you. Very interesting. I'll give you inspiration, Dolion, because I thought that was kind of fun. That was great. Okay, it's about that time. So why don't we take a break, and when we come back, we'll wrap up any last things that we're doing before the final competition. Yeah, let's take our break. We'll be back soon.
Wait, is the thing going to be announced? Because I was gonna the next day, because I was hoping to like.
There will be time to do stuff before it happens.
Oh, because the gods, it's going to be done today.
We will find out when
Oh,
we
okay,
get
I'm
back.
sorry.
We have no idea.
Okay,
Nobody
I'm
has any idea.
I was
I
confused,
do
sorry.
want to get it done this session, though.
Okay,
Yeah, so be aware of that. The time constraint
Right.
there. Okay, we'll be back.
Where you broadcasting from, by the
Yeah.
way, Ryan?
I'm in the Pittsburgh area,
No, Pittsburgh.
Pennsylvania.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
got
we
the computer.
chilling.
Yeah, you got the computer for today, but not later on. Makes sense. Yeah.
Well, I'm hanging out with friends right now. It's like
Okay.
it's a holiday retreat a little bit, and
Awesome.
I promised them I would be available to hang out. So I had to kind of pick and choose, unfortunately. And, the one with only 3 players that is at night, unfortunately, got the
Makes sense.
cut, unfortunately.
I don't blame you.
Oh,
I don't. Yeah, I don't tend to be the player who kind of throws stuff, who throws the grenade in the middle. You know,
yeah.
it just doesn't tend to be me and my personality, I guess.
Yeah, I got you.
Did it snow up there like it did down here?
What was that?
Did it snow up there like it did down here?
Oh yeah, dude. There's like a foot of snow out there. It's like fucking -20. It's bullshit outside right now.
I saw in the Midwest they're having ice quakes.
Ice quakes?
Mm-hmm.
Poseidon.
I guess when there's like a snap freeze and it gets really cold really, really fast, groundwater freezes really abruptly and it sounds like thunder.
Awesome.
I got
Cool.
luckier. We only got like an inch or two of snow. It was swept. We swept it up pretty quickly though.
Nice.
I miss snow. I miss snow. It's been like a year and I miss snow.
You miss looking at it, you don't miss shoveling it.
It's not bad. I mean, like, if you get a snowblower, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you don't have a snowblower, so hey.
It's a pain in the butt, I'm sure.
I
Coming
will
from the
say,
guy who shovels a ton of snow, and also coming from the guy who doesn't shovel any snow. The definition of grass is always greener for both of you. But anyway, let's get back to it. Everybody's back. Let's continue with our game. Okay. By the way, we will be Brandon may, who knows, but the idea is that he is supposed to show up in 5 minutes. So we will.
Oh,
we'll see.
You don't say.
You know what that means? Not 5 minutes. So anyway, let us continue. We will say it is evening at this point. Dolion has achieved his means by informing Poseidon. He's received his own task, and the 3 of you are also out and about. So let's hear about that.
Okay.
And let's hear it. Go ahead, Candybus. I haven't heard tons from you this session. I see you lining up.
I've just arrived here. I know we've all been celebrating our grand victory today. I'd love to hear what you all have been up to.
Oh, is he with us now?
I assume I've just arrived.
Thrasius is shopping at the moment.
Okay. So Thrasius is. We could say that you guys all meet. Maybe we'll say that you guys all meet up. If that's what you want to do, it's entirely up to all of you.
Yeah, it wasn't my intention at the moment.
Okay, you could be out shopping. What is Vasaliki and Dolion up to? Catch you all dinner.
Mhm.
What was that?
I said I'll meet up. That's fine. Mhm.
Cool. Dolion, you gonna come back soaked head to toe?
Yeah, I need a good change.
Okay. Thrasius, well, the shops are closed for the day because it's pouring. So we'll say that, yeah, you know what? We're gonna say that all 4 of you meet up And that's the case. Vasiliki, you're drenched. Dolion comes in drenched. Candybus and Thrasius are the only two who wisely seem to have taken shelter from the rain. Maybe Candybus, you're like you've been a little missed. Yeah, that's probably gone by now.
The moisture never bothered me none.
So that's yeah. You guys find yourself back to your steading here on the near the edge of the city.
So please, regale me with your celebrations. I'd love to hear how your days have gone.
No, nothing much. I tried to find find something in the market, but it was rained out.
Yes, I did notice that storm came on rather abruptly. Perhaps that was Vasiliki's doing.
I did speak with my father today, in fact, so
Naturally. Explains everything.
yes, well, the rain never bothered me anyway. Yeah, so and he made me the arbiter of this competition, in fact. So it's up to me to ensure there's no meddling and that the king has his head on straight and judges appropriately in the best interest of the city, of course. So
Oh. Meddling? Among the gods? Never.
yeah, I'm supposed to ensure a fair competition, so wish me luck. In fact, I would love your all everyone's assistance with it. I mean, we are traveling companions after all, and this is an important verdict, so or edict. I don't know the word. So what do you say?
But what exactly are the rules? Like anything he said? Was there anything he said specifically?
He said to well, I'll be above table. I was a little confused by it, but from what I understand, I'm just supposed to make sure everything goes smoothly and there's no meddling, and the king is like in his right mind.
The rules are don't piss off Zeus, as they always are.
That's right.
Funny how doing that tends to always piss someone else off, though.
Well, if you were to have to choose, I would certainly choose Zeus's favor over anyone else's.
I mean, who's all throwing their hat into the race?
Well, as of right now, we're aware of Poseidon and Athena. We got a vision from Thrasius.
Tiresias.
Whatever.
Hey, fuck you! Says from upstairs.
He's got such good hearing.
Yeah, apparently.
Well, we can't rely
I
on
hear
his eyes,
everything. I'm
so
a
hey.
prophet.
Well, I can't say I have a whole lot of preference between the two. I'm sure they're both perfectly adequate defenders of a fine city. Athena, I assume, would be less wrathful if she were to lose, but all in all, they're both fine leaders.
Well, I think there's one choice that is better for the city, and I'd say that's Athena. Wouldn't you agree, Theseus?
What'd you say, Vasiliki?
I think Athena would be best for the city, and she is fated in the prophecy.
She's hated the city in the years past, and the city only began falling into doom when her presence was no longer here. Seems sensible to me, though you could accuse me of bias.
Was her presence no longer here?
I mean, the king stopped listening. Not listening to her wisdom.
I mean, I can't imagine that Poseidon would allow something like that to happen. One does not simply stop listening to Poseidon.
Feels
But like I said,
feels like I do.
I have no dog in this fight.
And well, Athena respond. Athena is the goddess of wisdom, and she is a close observer of reality. Ignoring her wisdom has a way of enforcing itself.
On the other hand, Greece is a nation of islands, and you must cross Poseidon's domain to go from one to the other. So, spurning him in such a public way does not also bode well for Greece as a whole, let alone this city.
They'll wait. Fair, but there are ways to appease the gods. I believe Vasaliki and Candybus and Romulus all did that when back in Candybus's hometown. So it's happened before and it can happen again.
We have taken measures to appease Poseidon, but some would say they were we got lucky in that situation.
But the sea can be capricious and unexpected. With Athena, it's very sturdy, reliable, and you know what you're going to get.
Oh yes, you either get reason or wrath. It's one or the other.
Well, we also have the favor or the benefit of knowing that under Athena, this city does become great. We don't know what'll happen to the city under Poseidon.
If there is already a prophecy of a winner, why insert ourselves further into the process? Other than assuring that it goes, the contest is proper and that the king's choice is truly the king's choice.
You couldn't have said it better myself, Dolion. So can I count on you to help me out?
I will be happy to ensure that nothing influences the king other than his own morals and in making the choice.
Excellent.
Who exactly is making this choice? Is it Aegeus himself, or is Crocopus still in charge of this decision?
I think it was, yeah. Mm-hmm. It was going to be his last act as the ruler before he stepped down.
Mm-hmm.
And, it makes sense then, I guess, that Athena is fated to win, as he was already a major worshipper of her. And given the way he ran the trial as well. It certainly would be a surprise.
But don't we love a surprise?
They have their ups and downs, I guess. Depends on the one being surprised, I suppose.
What Vasaliki, did you, other than interference, what exactly examples of interference did he say?
He didn't give me like blueprints or play-by-play. He in fact was kind of open-ended about it, more pretty general keeping kind of, I don't know, call it like a referee, if you will. Yeah.
I would suppose probably something along the lines of what we just ended would be the thing to be avoided, where his ability to make a free choice is stripped from him.
Yeah.
Did Zeus offer a preference for the winner?
Well, Athena is his favorite child. So he knows about the prophecy. And when I told him about the prophecy, he asked me to ensure there was no meddling. So maybe inferences could be made. He leans towards Athena.
Well, I believe Zeus will respect the wishes of whoever of the people or the king Aegeus choose to be their leader, their guardian.
See which option ends up being the best for the city, and see what the gods themselves have to present, and how they each perform in the competition, and then we'll be able to make a decision.
As I'm quite curious to see what a god will offer as a gift to a city. I mean, there are no limits to their abilities, it seems so.
I mean, speaking from our last little visit in my hometown, I can take a guess that Poseidon's gift is not destroying the whole town.
He could do that any day if he wished.
Don't I know it?
But is that what but do you think that's what the people would choose? To have a guardian, they must carefully carefully make sure to never tempt the wrath of one they'll have confidence in.
Also, isn't Crocopia like not that close
I
to
suppose if Poseidon is chosen to be the patron of this city, then they may be able to call on his wrath for their aid if necessary.
What were you saying, Vasaliki?
Oh, I was asking if Crocopia was actually like not that close to the sea.
It's pretty close to the sea. It's a seaside city. Yeah, they probably get a great bounty of like fish and whatever from the sea. So yeah, definitely rely on the sea for commerce.
Oh,
And I guess the question too, like, where are we in the history of like seafaring?
Ships are around. Like people. Like I said, the world's not very well mapped, but ships are absolutely used. So, you'd see them around. There are probably beginning to be present here. When you guys made your way through Alokos, you guys saw massive shipbuilding docks. It's just a matter of where they range to. So ships can't do open. So sea ships can't do like open water very well, like really open water. They gotta go from landmass to landmass, island to island in order to successfully do anything. Yeah, you can't just sail straight across the sea. You have to go from island to island. So that is to say that, yeah, like this place will rely heavily on sea trade and seafaring.
Well, and what is the argument that Athena will use? Do we think Athena will use to sway Crocopia to her side?
Based on what Tiresias said, she'll provide a gift to the city that will provide for the city into the future.
you could always ask her.
Possibly.
You do have that connection.
Possibly. Do you have any idea how to? You might want to appease the one who is not chosen.
You're speaking of Poseidon. I don't think there's any need to appease Athena if she is not chosen.
Like, yeah,
You can be wrathful too.
Just Slower.
He's a war god after all.
Her wrath, I would imagine, would be slower and quieter. Not booming as Poseidon's would be.
Perhaps there's another city that Poseidon could be guardian over and could always build a temple in his honor.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's already the guardian over Phthia. As my sister became infatuated with him.
Well, and Cocopia already shows him great respect through a festival. So there's obviously some reverence for him here as well.
I suppose only time will tell.
It's not truly up to us, is it? It's up to the people of Crocopia.
It's up to the king of Crocopia, to Cacropus.
True.
Alright. I will say with that, perhaps the day comes to an end and you may all get a long rest.
May I?
May you what?
May I speak in my dream with Athena?
Sure. You dream a little dream.
Or at least the retinue.
Yep, the retinue and or Morpheus's version of everything, so to speak. You once again appear within this massive, almost labyrinthian-like library filled with relics and scrolls of great knowledge. And you find Athena there. You would find Athena with her retinue, indeed. Probably her retinue first, unless you call upon her specifically. Her retinue, you would see her great owl is present. You would see this young mortal woman who looks very much like Athena, almost identically so, but clearly younger. And lastly is the winged goddess Nike with her laurels present. Well, all sort of providing advice to great Athena, who stands at the edge of her great table where she goes over scrolls and knowledge and works. Athena will, sort of without looking up, say, "You have more you wish to speak of?"
I hope I'm not interrupting you.
Not at all.
And I will tell her of the rest of my day and my talk with Tiresias.
Okay. She seems there's different reactions from different gods. Athena seems almost uninterested by the prophecy itself as you speak it. Continues to listen quietly, though, her calculus always in play.
I do not wish to know what gift you would give to Crocopia, present to Crocopia. I would not wish to interfere any more than that. But I get above Brian. I guess I wish her the best in the competition tomorrow. I guess.
Okay. You kind of tell her the prophecy and maybe expected more, and then kind of By the sounds of things, kind of like, okay, well, that's just trying to help. She says, I do not put weight on prophecy, Thrasius. No matter how great the diviner claims to be, they are unreliable in interpreting. I base my actions on knowledge and wisdom.
I see.
I appreciate the insights that you need to bring, but I would implore you to, well, take these prophecies and auguries for what they are. Interpretations of things that have not yet come to pass. Things that may be changed by the very speaking of their possibility.
I see.
The future is not set by prophecy. The future is only set by the fates. Prophecy merely intends to try and interpret it, often falteringly or deceptively. I would implore you to use rationality before using superstition as you go into the future.
I'll keep that in mind. I hope Cocopia may get what it may indeed get what it needs in the future, in the soon-to-be future. And I give her a bow and depart her.
Very well, you do so. Then with that, Dolion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to have taken wine up to my room.
Yeah.
In a glass, like a. And I like to, in my room, make it completely dark.
Okay.
Pour the glass of wine, and I'd like to pray to someone that we haven't talked about yet.
Okay.
I bet someone from my past.
Yep.
And I'm going to pray to Oisis and say, Lady Oisis, daughter of Nyx, maiden of misery, architect of anxiety, I beseech you. And lay out the situation as it is, and remind her that she bade me in my past to take the opportunity to spread misery where possible. And inform her of the chance to give misery to a city for all of eternity. And ask her to intercede and cause some sort of misfortune in the choice that Athena will make for gift for the city.
Interesting. Due to your particular connection, it would not be wise, I think, as you have turned out the lights wisely, not wise to look upon the form of such a god. But nonetheless, you feel her presence in the tightness in your throat, even the tightness or sinking within your chest, as you feel the presence of this lady. And her voice comes from the black, from the dark. It is a prickly one, one that does not grant any comfort whatsoever. She says, "You have so far done very little to bring about any misery of any kind to this city. In fact, you have stabilized it, have you not? You have made it better than it was. There were riots, there was tension, there was taxes, all manner of things to bring anxiety. And yet this place is now breathing a sigh of relief. My power here grows thin, and now you ask me to defy an Olympian? Very Interesting.
I mean no disrespect. The sources of misery of which you speak were short-lived. Certainly Cacopus would have been deposed and order restored to this city. I'm offering humbly the opportunity to bring misfortune to this city, not just now, but for all eternity.
Why would I risk crossing an Olympia, one of the Great 12, for that matter? She who is long thought to see all before it happens by knowledge and strategy alone. I am nowhere near her power. Why would I risk crossing her?
She needed to know it was you. Certainly you have your ways of interposing uh, without showing yourself.
Indeed. Indeed I do, son of Hermes. Indeed I do. You have received my gifts and favor, have you not? You wish to cause misery upon this land to appease me, do you not?
I certainly do.
Then do it. Make this city miserable with a guardian that will bring it no end of misery and anxiety. Better yet, see to it that they have no guardian, that they've proven unworthy of having as a guardian. And then if they don't have a guardian, all manner of misery and misfortune and anxiety may befall upon them from my beings such as myself, without anyone to stop me.
I fear that is outside of my ability.
If there is a guardian, an Olympian to protect the city, and I were to befall misfortune and bad tidings upon it, they would come for me. They would come for me. I could not attack a city directly with such woes and anxieties, while a guardian Olympian is upon it.
I suggest again humbly that the choice of guardian could be the source itself of the misery. This one act would be all that is necessary.
From what I hear, it is either Athena, who will, I'm sure, widely show them knowledge and whatnots, or Poseidon, who will guard their sea voyages and ensure trade prospers. Either way, they will prosper, and both are mighty, dangerous gods. Which do you propose is the one to bring misery upon these lands?
It is prophesied and fated that Athena will be patron of this city and make it the greatest city in Greece for all time.
Prophecy or fated, that matters.
Prophesied by an oracle of Zeus himself.
There may be something we could do then. Poseidon is a temperamental god. And if I know mortals well enough, they will grovel in fear when Athena is chosen, if she is chosen. And if she is chosen and they grovel in fear of Poseidon, they will surely make some grand offering to appease him. Now this is the glory. See to it that whoever is picked, make sure that the appeasement gift that follows to the failing god falls to ruin. Whatever they propose to try and appease the other god with, make sure It is a slap in the face. Make sure it fails to appease the god, and then, oh, then, for only an Olympian can oppose an Olympian, and only within that chaos do I prosper.
I will do as you wish.
Excellent. And if you can ensure that there is no guardian, period, you say it's beyond your power, and that may be so. But if the opportunity presents itself, perhaps it is I who might be its terrible mistress instead.
Zeus has appointed his daughter, Vasaliki, to be the arbiter of this competition, so the competition, I believe, must continue, and a choice must be made.
Then perhaps we must find a way to get her out of the way. Oh, I'm sorry. Does the prospect cause you, I don't know, some measure of anxiety? Would sort of, harming a friend maybe bring misery to your life, Dolion?
Harming a friend, yes, even more than harming the daughter of Zeus.
Well, we are partners in crime, are we not?
You have blessed me with your gifts, so I am bade to follow your wishes.
Oh, misery, misery, misery. You didn't think you would be spared from misery, did you? When you accepted my gifts?
It was at a time of great misery that they were bestowed upon me, so no, I figured it would be part of my life for as long as I live.
If you see a way, you must do it. And I will give you this. Know that with your own woes and anxieties and miseries and troubles, the more you fill yourself with these things, the more powerful I can make you. There is no power to be gained from me when your life is bliss, Dolion, besides the gifts I've already imparted. Perhaps see to it the arbiter is out of the way. And then perhaps the guardians can fail to even become guardians in the first place, and then this city could be indeed misery for all time. Or, of course, you could just spoil the appeasement gift and we can have our fun there. The choice is yours. Which to do, which is the right way. Don't lose sleep over it.
As you wish, mistress.
And you hear her breath in the dark, the breath of someone who and of themselves is anxious. And it kind of like calms, like someone who's calmed themselves down until you can't hear it anymore. And it becomes this weird sort of anxiety-inducing, kind of like, okay, is it over? Like, if I light this candle, will I look into her face and be cursed with misery for all time? And maybe you wait. How long do you think you wait before relighting a candle?
I don't think I will. I think I'll just get into bed.
Probably for the best.
Yeah.
All right, you just kind of feel around and find your bed and just slip into it, and she'll be gone by morning, hopefully. Very cool, very cool. By the way, I did give you a point of favor with Poseidon for having gone to him and given him your blood, shared these secrets, and given yourself to his will.
And ratting out a blind guy.
Ratting out a blind guy, that's right. Ooh, that blind guy's in trouble.
Dolion hates disabled.
Damn. Hey, ancient Greece hates the disabled.
He's an
Let's be
ableist.
honest.
Yeah.
They threw babies off the mountains because they weren't like right enough. Okay. The next day arises to the sounds of heralds outside your windows. Good people of Cracopia, this afternoon the King Krakops will determine who is to be the defender of our great city. This is a glorious day. Enjoy. Make your prayers, make your alms. Choose wisely. And you know that today indeed is the day. And you guys will have but the morning to make any preparations you wish to make before the two gods appear before the King Krakops in his throne room. You all would, of course, received invitations to attend this meeting with the gods. You may reside and you may bear witness the proceedings.
Naturally.
Naturally.
I would ask Tiresias if he would like to attend.
He goes, sure, yeah. Well, let's do it. Why not? You're gonna buy me clothes, right?
Yeah, I'll stop on the way over. We'll stop on the way over. I'll buy him some clothing. Some better looking robes.
Cool. Yeah,
Proper for the king and the gods.
Very well. Then I don't have it in front of me, but look up fine clothes in your equipment finder and subtract that amount of gold, and he'll be happy to have some new outfit. And he goes, "This, Thrasius, you are." This is hand on your. He goes, "You're my favorite." He puts his hand on your shoulder. He goes, "Oh my God, why are you so hairy?"
I'm a minotaur.
You're a what?
You haven't. I'm pretty sure I told you.
You did?
Yes, remember?
Oh, it's hard to keep track of it all. Wow. And he like touches the fur on your neck, and he goes, "Wow, you're really, woo! You're really exactly what they say you are, aren't you? Like little big horns."
Yeah, do you want to feel them?
Yeah. Bull by the horns, right?
I put his hand up towards the horns.
Oh my God. Okay, that's enough. That's kind of
the fur is useful during the cold.
I guess it must be. Wow.
You've never let me touch your horns.
Candybus.
I slowly look at Candybus like.
Granted, I haven't asked yet.
I'll take him around and I'll make a small sacrifice at Athena's temple to wish her luck for today.
All right. What kind of animal?
Just a pigeon. Something simple for now.
Okay, something simple. Yeah. Mark up like a silver for a pigeon, we'll say.
Okay.
Cool. Excellent. Anybody else?
Yeah, can Vasaliki try to talk to the king beforehand?
You most certainly can, especially you, Arbiter. You have a very important role to allow all to know that Zeus has ordained this challenge. And then indeed to play your role as Arbiter. It's very important, in fact. So if you wish to head up there a little early, you absolutely may.
Okay, cool.
In attendance, you would find many advisors, whoever's in charge of the treasury, whoever's in charge of diplomacy, war, blah, 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 all these people. But the most important figures, of course, would be the king-to-be, who is present with his wife. Would he have brought his wife, I think? I don't think he brought his wife, actually, to this. This is a matter of government, which would not have involved his wife. Not a matter of, ceremony. It's an important thing. So you do see Aegeus, and you would see the King Krakops. And you would be welcome within the hall. Some herald says, "We acknowledge Vasaliki, the will of Zeus." And you enter into this actually pretty humble hall. it has a throne, um, and it has a place. It's basically like two larger rooms. Each room could probably be considered like the size of like a middle class person's home. But as far as palaces goes, this is one of the smaller ones you've seen. A little more humble, but still well ornamented. Yeah, and you come before the great Snake King, Krekops, who says, Vasaliki, Miliv Zeus, welcome to my hall.
Thank you for accepting me here. I come with news. Your competition has been blessed by Zeus, and he has sent me as the arbiter of the competition as well.
Make me a persuasion check. You have advantage because of your relationship with Zeus. It's not a high DC.
Let's see. 12.
12 is enough. DC was 10. He says, of course, these are great tidings to know that the King of Kings has blessed this. We will honor the decisions made today for all time. And by all means, as arbiter, by all means, do as you wish to ensure that this is, I suppose, your duties would be to see it's a fair and unadulterated decision, I suppose.
That's correct. And since you'll be making the decision, I trust that you're in good spirits and your mind is sound.
I hold much guilt. Still, my mind clouds about this, over what has happened. But as for making decisions that will help my people prosper into the future, I am ready and I am confident to make this choice.
Excellent. And how do you propose to come to the decision? Do you intend to test the gods, the guardians, or take counsel with your soon-to-be king, or how do you intend to make this decision?
I have prayed to each of the Olympians and asked for their forgiveness. I have sacrificed an animal at their altar each. Not a bull. I have sacrificed goats and sheep at each of their altars, asking for forgiveness and the prosperity of my city. And more still, asked them to present in this hope gifts, each who would wish themselves to be guardians of the city. And based on which gifts are presented, symbolic of the god themselves, and of course the prosperity that they themselves will bring, the guardian will be chosen.
Understood. Excellent. Well, I anticipate there'll be a presentation of sorts then.
It has been assured to me through the auguries of the clerics that the interested gods will appear as the sun reaches its zenith in the sky. How they will appear exactly, I do not know, but I will stand ready upon my throne for when this happens. And you, of course, are more than welcome to go where you please as arbiter of this. You should have uninhibited access to the city for this day.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your cooperation, and I expect you'll make a fine decision this evening.
You honor me in saying so, and I think I would be a great fool to defy Zeus and his daughter on this most important of days. So, please be welcome.
Thank you. And yeah, and have you given consideration of what you'll be doing for those that are not chosen? I think it's important that we appease all gods that participate.
Indeed. I think it will depend on which gods arrive and the legends of their temperament. um, I know that there is a great likelihood the god of the sea will arrive. A great offering will need to be made to appease him. I have something in mind, and I have considered this. All gods must be appeased, regardless of the choice made.
Absolutely. Well, if it helps, I've heard through prophecy that the two gods that will arrive is Athena and Poseidon.
I see.
You
I see.
familiar with Athena?
Of course, I've actually held counsel with her many times. She has taught me much. I've been very lucky to be her student.
Yes, I've been a worshiper of Athena for many years, and she's admirable. Absolutely. Well, you've got a big decision ahead of you, so I hope you'll take counsel with those you trust, and perhaps my comrades as well. We could help, and we'll figure out what's best for your city.
With you and your father's will at my side, I'm sure our city will prosper into the future, whatever choice is made. Thank you. And he'll just sort of, again, gesture broadly to his court as if to say, you're welcome here and you have access to do and talk to whoever you please.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, well, she'll take her leave for now. When or how much time do we have between?
I'm just kind of giving everyone a chance to get their like last things done. I do want to do this before the session's over, so
Okay.
this is kind of like last chances if anyone has anything they need to do before the gods arrive.
When Tiresias and I arrive up at the Acropolis, I would ask Vasaliki if it's okay if I also kept an eye on the matters. I have ways of detecting magic, and to see if to make sure that there aren't any untoward rule breaking going on during the presentation.
That would be most helpful. Yes, I
Good.
appreciate the assistance.
You have on my honor that anything untoward I will report to you.
Yeah, and in that same vein, I might ask Romulus and the son of Harmonius to kind of help, like, I don't know, guard the proceedings, just for flavor more than anything.
I understand. Due to Romulus's absence and due to the fact that his little cadre of warriors has identified themselves as basically kingslayers. Sure, good, we're good kingslayers, but nonetheless kingslayers. I don't imagine they would be given access to the Acropolis.
Nope.
They're like, here, we're gonna let you off of all the bad shit you did, but you're never seeing the top of this mountain again if I can help it. So we'll say because Romulus is missing and because of the reputation of his people, who, by the way, the name Tyrannicides has been sort of sprinkling through the city. The Tyrannicides. We'll see what happens with Romulus, but the people seemingly are giving them a new name. Tyrannicide is actually like there is legal. It's actually interesting. There are actual like legal proceedings regarding tyrannicide, the killing of a king, at least in ancient Rome, which is interesting. There's such a thing as a legal tyrannicide. But anyway, for the time being, they're sort of that name is sort of taking a dubbing, and Romulus and his people haven't been seen, and unsurprisingly have not been allowed access to the king at this time. But you could be sure if you like look around, you can see the Serpentine Guard is in full force, is ready. The guest lists and everything, everything seems very secure on a physical level for sure. Anything for anybody else? Candybus, Dolion, anybody have any last things they want to do before this commences?
Yeah. I think I'm going to go see Medea, assuming she is available.
Of course.
Okay, yeah, you head over. How do you intend to catch up with her? She's probably in her home.
In her home.
Surrounded.
I will just come as myself.
Okay. All right. You come to the door.
Actually,
The
hold on.
guards are.
Wait.
Oh,
I
yeah, yeah.
will go to our secret meeting location and move the stone.
All right. You move the stone, and you kind of wait. Um, uh, yeah, you kind of wait around for a little bit, and eventually you do see like in that alley, or coming out of that alley as you kind of wait, you do see one of Medea's handmaidens appear. And kind of gesture for you to follow. She is surrounded by her husband's servants and slaves and guards, but she does have her own loyal handmaidens, and they kind of um, clandestinely sort of sneak you into the home. Um, and you find you kind of Romeo up into her up through her window. To where she is there. Um, and she turns around and she smiles very brightly at you. Um, and comes over and just like immediately starts showering you with kisses. And without words, you can tell like her her anxieties have been alleviated. Her stresses and fears have gone by. Everything is passed with the coven of witches, and seemingly her trust in you is well placed. For you have joined the cult of Hecate, and she has gotten out alive and well. So without words, it's very easily expressed. She is very relieved things have worked out the way they have. Um, she like showers you with kisses and she like hugs you, and she says, "How are you, my love?"
Better than ever. Today is quite a big day.
It is a big day for you as well. No regrets that you have joined into the power of the Mistress of Witchcraft.
None so far.
You won't regret it. Hecate's simply misunderstood. She is a cunning and very helpful mistress. And you have a very helpful mistress. I was blessed when she sent you to me.
Indeed. How much do you know about the the guardians that are being sent?
Only that I think my husband means to secure the legacy of King Precops with this decision. I think it's I would not speak out of turn to my husband about politics, but to me I think it's a dreadful waste of political influence. He should take the crown first, and then he should make this decision that secures the protection of the city, which will garner him respect for probably his whole term as king. I have made subtle suggestions, at least, that afterwards he be the one to make reparations for whichever god does not succeed, and he could be seen as the one bringing peace, and so on, so on, so on, politics and being what they are.
I
But as
think,
is my place as a woman, I have not received much information from my king.
well, I think that is most wise. And this is the last matter that needs to be dealt with before you both ascend to the throne.
Indeed. And it has nothing to do with me. It puts me at no risk. As far as I'm concerned, my husband's only a step away from his ascension, and thus mine as well.
Then I will do what is in my power to make sure this transition as smooth and swift as can be.
I expect Candybus. I owe you my life. I owe you so much. You have my whole heart and my thanks for what it's worth. Is there anything I could do for you to even begin to make up for how much you've given me?
I can think of something.
She smiles coyly and takes her hand, and she says, I was beginning to think you never ask. And she will take you to the bed, and she will very enthusiastically begin to show you how thankful she is. Roll the con save.
Classic. I've been in a bit of a drought. It's been like, what, a whole day?
Bit of a drought.
16.
The 16, okay. And now roll athletics, acrobatics, or performance.
Everything's a performance, baby.
Everything's a performance, baby.
Ooh. I'm in an off day. I can't use any advantage.
You can though, because you two have been successfully smashing, and you get advantage on charisma checks against her if you're using performance, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Because a 2 will not stand.
2 will not stand.
Oh, well, that's a 4. So,
Good.
and 11.
Well, the good news is she rolled pretty low on her con save, so you just kind of reach her level of satisfaction, and she is very very dutiful. She's very very wishing to show you, and with a seeming genuineness to show you the depths of her appreciation. You expect that, and as you know, with the fates and everything, you literally are a wild card in her situation who probably saved her from a great deal of stress and misery and anxiety and possible allegations and so on and so forth. And hey, she's not expected up there at the top of the mountain, and you are. But she's happy to spend time with you as long as you please. Her husband will be away for some hours yet. Um, Excellent. Do you intend to go to the top of the mountain, or you intend to just enjoy Medea?
I probably need to be at the top of the mountain. I promised I would ensure that things went off without a hitch, but I will wait until the very last moment.
Got it. You get a lot of like, oh, come back to bed. You don't really need to go there. What are you going to do? You should stay here. And it's a lot of like, no, don't go to work. But yeah, you pull yourself away, and she doesn't scorn you for it, but she a little disappointed, and she kisses you goodbye and awaits her true lover's return, instead of the old man she married for prestige. Um, but you feel very loved by Medea at this point. Her appreciation is not hard to grasp. Excellent. I'll say Candybus take an inspiration for making this lady fall in love, who is not fated to fall in love anytime.
I'm sure nothing bad will come of this.
Nothing bad. Hey, there's no said destiny. You're good. Anybody else have anything to do before this all plays out?
Let's just go.
Okay. You all gather with the most respected members of the city up at the Palace of Crocopia. I need to put on the right music for this kind of thing, don't I? Let's see. Let's do this one. Okay. So. You find your way, all of you, to the throne room of Crocopia. Everybody is there. The most respected people of the city, the most important members of government, the king, his heir, and all of you stand ready. And a silence hushes over the throne room as the sun has met its zenith. Marble columns are like spears up around the hall here, etched with grand designs. There is two different balconies which various people stand upon. One bears a series of ladies. I believe it's 6 statues of women holding up the statue like columns themselves. One of you may have been there at one point. And the other is a balcony that looks over the larger city of Crocopia. And various people sort of quietly make their way around the hall and wait. There's a restless wind that bends the flames around. Birds sort of swirl above. King Crocopia, or King Krekops, the first of the Serpent. Jesus, music. They're not here yet. Calm down. King Krekops, the first of the Serpent-born, is alone upon his high dais. Surrounded indeed, but alone. He's aged, and even now you can see it's a king at the end of his glories. His presence is one that is great in the hall, but pressing in on him are the forces of the gods. And he stands with an endurance against these expectations and decisions that will shape the future of the city with a discipline that would be hard to match from any mortal. And then the air thickens. Salt seems to almost gather on each of your tongues as the sea itself has answered unheard summons. The water, the tides out around the city seem to still. And rising, or actually, we'll say that between all of the tiles here inside, water seems to rise, creating about an inch of just like water flood in the building that surprises a lot of people as they step around and out of the way as they realize Poseidon is coming. Then ascending from but an inch of water in the middle of the hall is the titanic, 15-foot tall, mighty, fierce form of Poseidon, king of the ocean, master of earthquakes, creator of horses.
It's funny to throw that in there.
It's always a funny detail.
It's I think it's a pretty cool detail.
It is a cool detail. It's just horses. Oh, okay.
Yeah, fuck it, throw horses in there, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, wait, not seahorses, just horses. Oh, okay then.
Yeah, just horses. He invented horses. Yes, mighty Poseidon arises from the depths, water sheeting off of his body, shaped like a storm and upheaval. His trident scrapes the marble with a sound like a death cry from some great leviathan creature as it rises to his hand, and his voice rolls across the hall towards the king. Krekops, you called for judgment, and I bring it. Before the king could even speak, the hall is filled with light, illuminating. Not like the sun, but it is like that light bulb going off in your head. It is the light and illumination of great wisdom from above, divine knowledge descending. Radiance displaces all shadows, even the darkness of Poseidon. And coming down from this column of light, landing without a sound, spear in hand, held not with threat, but with principle, is the physical form of the embodiment of strategy, of wisdom, knowledge. Athena. The silver light and the water remained. And Athena at first addresses her uncle. Your theatrics remain as overwrought as ever, uncle, she says. Poseidon gives a low, humorous laugh. And you remain predictable, cold, analysis. You masquerade your restraint behind these things. And Athena says, and temper does not equate to wisdom. Poseidon sort of steps closer, trying to use his physical mass, it seems, to attempt to intimidate Athena, who is indeed cold to it. Poseidon says, when mortals fear the rolling depths, they understand the meaning of survival and they learn respect. And Athena says, when mortals are offered knowledge, they learn freedom, something your storms rarely permit. Krikops says, and swallows, daring to interrupt. Great ones, mighty Olympians. This city would be honored by the guardianship of either. Athena raises her hand to silence him. Not with force, but as if to make him aware that his voice is not so loud to speak between the clashing of gods. And he does fall silent. Poseidon turns away from her and faces the king fully. It is time. The king at least makes that plain. Yes, Thrasius.
Well, while they both arrive, I will cast Detect Magic, begin to cast Detect Magic to make sure nothing interferes with the proceedings.
Are you ritually casting it, or are you just casting it out right now to get it going?
Unless I was able to ritual cast it beforehand.
Well, you're declaring it now, so
yeah. So let's just cast it now.
Okay. With a quick wave of the hand, Detect Magic is cast. You are blinded in the sudden light as magic burns from these two entities. Just from residual divine presence of their celestial nature, surely is glimpsed regardless of the function of the spell. But in truth, Thrasius, there was a number of magical items upon these two figures that burn to look upon. Athena's shield, her aegis, her spear, her helm, her cuirass, Poseidon's trident, his crown. Many things burn with great magical light that make it even hard to see around the rest of the room, but you do. I would say other than the magical items that your friends possess, you see that nobody seems to be under the influence of any kind of spells or enchantments of any kind, as far as you can tell.
Okay, I'll just keep it up just in case.
Yep, absolutely. A wise move. Okay. Of these two gods, ever competitive, Poseidon speaks first, because, of course, Poseidon speaks first. King Krekops. The walls rumble, as if his voice could let off an earthquake, if you deemed it worthy. You stand at the heart of a land that thirsts, and so I give what mortals crave above all else. He walks out to the balcony, and he is followed by the procession. He takes his trident and stabs it into the rock, creating a great crack. Water begins to spill out, but throughout the city, on city corners, great geysers of water billow into the air around the city. These springs burst forth, water surging triumphantly and roaring across the stone. The king dips his finger into it, a brow nodded instantly. Let's see here. Poseidon says, "Power, Krekops." The raw force that defends, destroys, reshapes the worlds. Athena will never fear, or excuse me, Crocopia will never fear drought, siege, or hunger. My seas will provide dominion without equal. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm kind of bouncing between two guys here. There we go.
It's okay.
Let's see here. Krekop says, "Mighty king of the deep, this water tastes of brine." And Poseidon smirks and says, "It is the sea, Krekops. Of course it does. It is not about taste. It is about the power itself. A reminder that strength does not bow or sweeten itself from mortal tongues. Your city would hold dominion of the coasts. Your ships would be unmatched. No fleet of Crete would stand against Athens under my protection." And he looks over to Athena and says, "Say what you will, my niece, but a city must first endure before it can think." Athena narrows her eyes, serene, collected expression, shifted just slightly in annoyance. She says, "You always confuse endurance with short-sighted force, uncle. Mortals deserve better than salt water and swagger." Poseidon laughs thunderously. "And you mistake fragility for virtue. Give your gift, niece, and let us end the pageantry. Let us end it now." Athena says, "As you wish." And she will step down to the garden next to the temple. And she will take her spear and she will pierce the ground. And from the ground, actually, excuse me, she just touches the ground with the spear. She does not pierce it forcefully like Poseidon. She really touches it with the tip of her spear. And then there's a pause until a tall, green-leaved tree sprouts from the ground. Olive branches spread overhead, casting a cooling shade that softens the stone beneath. And the scent of fresh verdant greenery is alive. Athena gestures. "This is the olive. It grants fruit to feed your people. And from that fruit, you'll produce olive. You'll produce oil. Oil to light the nights. Oil to feed your people still yet. The wood itself is strong enough to create tools, even ships, perhaps, yet supple enough for craft. It is peace, and it is prosperity, and it is growth all intertwined. My gift allows a city not merely to survive, but to flourish, and under my protections, Procopia will grow in wisdom, art, statecraft, and invention, a legacy measured not by the roar of battle, but the triumph that outlasts war, with knowledge and wisdom." Poseidon snorts and says, "Spoken like someone who has never commanded a fleet into a storm, niece." And without looking at him, she simply retorts, "And spoken to someone who has never committed a city to peace." They face off in sharp, familial sort of banding of words. It's seemingly somewhat playful, but sharp-toned at the same time. Krekops, having learned to not interrupt at this point, waits for their intimate battle of words to cease until it does. And eventually, Poseidon sort of ends it with, You always seek to bend the world to your logic, but people do not move like formations on a field. They fear, they rage, they betray. The sea, at least, is honest. It is the essence of man. And he gets the final word. Krykops, almost trembling but resolute nonetheless, speaks. Just, oh, Dolion?
Before he talks again, I'd like to use my helm of telepathy.
Okay.
That does not use magic, by the way, for me to use telepathy.
It absolutely definitely uses magic, actually.
Well, it doesn't. I'm not casting a spell.
But nonetheless, it is magic.
Okay, but it's like the background magic that is already there. It's not like
Yeah, so you're using a magic helmet to produce one of its magical effects, which is telepathy.
But I'm asking, would it already have been acknowledged as being magic by Thrasius?
Oh, yes, it will,
Okay.
but like using an ability, like for example, like Athena has her spear. If she like, I don't know, shoots a magical, even invisible bolt off of the side of it, it will still appear as like a magical stream of magic, right?
Okay, I'm still gonna do it.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Into like telepathically to Krykops, gonna say, or think, I guess would be the right word. Choose wisely, Serpent King, and remember that Athena abandoned you and allowed Hecate to play with your mind. Athena's neglect ended your reign. Put your trust in Poseidon and be remembered for eternity.
Okay. Thrasius, you definitely see, as you're looking through, you would, in fairness, I don't think you would detect the source. So you don't know where it's coming from, but you do suddenly, what type of magic? I guess it would be sort of like an evocation in a way. Oh no, it's divination. It's divination. My apologies. As Krykops like goes to speak, and he sort of stutters because a sort of divination begins to sort of appear inside of his mind.
Is there a problem, Your Highness?
He blinks, and everyone sort of turns attention. He says, "No, there was no issue." And I would say at this point, as you said, "Are you all right, my king?" He kind of didn't respond immediately, and then you see the divination fade, and he blinks, and he looks over to you and he says, "Yes, I think I will. I think it's all right."
Do I believe him?
Make me a insight check.
Okay.
Or I'll give you Arcana as well.
I'll take the insight. Insight. Can I use my inspiration?
Of course, yeah.
25.
25. Very excellent. So divination is an enchantment. To receive a divination in your mind is at the end of the day information, right? He's received information at the last minute. That is what is to be understood about the magic that just occurred. We don't know what that information is, but he just received information of some kind. As for him, he looks and seems clear-minded, and he seems willing and able to continue. He seems
of sound judgment.
He seems of sound judgment, yes.
Okay.
And you find no additional magic upon him at this point.
Oh, I'll take it over and I'll tell Vasaliki.
And I will say, Vasaliki, you are, because Thrasius sort of disrupted the whole thing to say this, and in good judgment. Nobody really knows why, but Also, this is a cleric, and people are like, let clerics do what clerics do, right? But anyone would have seen this interruption by Thrasius. It was at the very center of the event. But yes, you could turn to Vasaliki, or if there's anything anyone else would like to do. Go ahead, Thrasius.
I went to Vasaliki and I said, someone tried some kind of divination magic appeared on the king, but he seems of sound mind.
Interesting. Understood. Let me know if any other magics happen. That's good job, Thrasius, for keeping an eye out.
And I bow to her and continue. It's up. Very well, Doctor Zeus.
The king does not turn his back on the gods. That would be crazy. But he does sort of look over his shoulder like so. Oh, I disappeared. But he looks over his shoulder, back at where you're standing, Vasiliki, as if like waiting for your say-so that we're like good to continue.
I'll give him a nod and have him proceed. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. He will proceed. He says, I have seen actually I'm gonna go take a little look now. Maybe something changed a little bit. Okay. I have heard both gifts. I've seen what terror the sea can wrought. And I have seen what goodness can come from knowledge. And for these reasons, I choose Athena. Poseidon breezes and everyone feels the air tightening around you like the pull of a bowstring. Athena simply blinks once, perhaps due to somebody. She is unshocked, thanks to the power of prophecy. She does not gloat. It's just sort of a great and overwhelming knowledge of a mind sort of clicking into place the calculus that she had set. But Poseidon's jaw flexes. You prefer a tree to command of the sea? Precops meets the gods' fury, this time with a bit of a dry calm.
Dry.
A little bit of a dry calm. Trying to sort of hold on to confidence here. And he says, Lord Poseidon, with all respect, your waters are strong, but they do not sustain life. This water cannot be drunk, not without great effort. Her gift feeds people, and many other gifts as well. And Athena sort of just bows her head, not in reverence or bowing to the king, but in acknowledgement. Poseidon's knuckles whiten around his trident, and everyone holds for the explosion. But instead, his voice lowers like the icy depths of the sea. Enjoy your city of thinkers, sister. Let us see how wisdom fails the first time the Spartans march. Foretelling a prophecy of his own, perhaps. Athena takes a single step closer, her tone quiet but steeled. And we will see how quickly mortals drown under your patronage, wherever they find it, when the walls turn to salt. And there's a big tension of like, oh God, Athena, please don't stop. But Poseidon withdraws. The sea pulling at his heels like a loyal army falling back to a commander's biting command. And Athena watches him go as he sort of turns and when his great might and strides out of the hall with all dignity and all greatness. and all watch him go, Athena's expression unreadable, until she turns to Krikops and says, "Guard this gift that built a fountain, and be sure that more will sprout. Let this one be sacred. You have my guardianship." And with that, having come and been victorious, without great glories or hurrahs, she moves on to the next battle to be won, the next knowledge to find, the next strategy to be done. And without another word, she simply disappears into her silver light, casting a final gaze in your direction, Thrasius. Again, acknowledgement. A sigh of relief is breathed, as if this world is returned back to the mortal plane, and all these fragile mortals have power yet once more. And Krikops has most certainly sealed himself that in the end he was brave in the face of the most ferocious of gods, and wise to pick a successful god. And he says, "And with that, I give my last edict upon this city. I give rulership over to brave Aegeus, to wise Aegeus. May Athena and King Aegeus bring this city into the future. Ceremony must be held, that the king may become king. But I say this now. This was my the last words of King Krikops. And let it forge itself forth with me in its past. Aegeus, ceremonies will come, but you are now king." And Aegeus bows for the last time to who would be the former king, and rises. There's an applause around the hall, celebration to be had for sure. And Aegeus says, "I thank you, King Krikops, for this great honor, and I thank all of you in these halls who saw to it that Cracopia could be brought into a new age of greatness. Now that it has a guardian, and now that mortals may take the throne, and a line of kings has been established amongst humankind, may I say this, as my first edict of kings, let this city be named again, to be brought from its dark history away and into an era of wisdom and of knowledge and of good rulership. Henceforth, let this city be known no longer as Cracopia, and let it be known as it goes into its glorious future in honor of its patron goddess, Athens. Henceforth and forever." And a great applause is had by all.
The roar of a minotaur, like, yes!
The roar of a minotaur, the roar of a hall of nobles, and a celebration of a new king and a new guardian is had. And that is where we will end the session.
Good game. Tension.
Woo!
What made... So, did what Dolion said not find purchase in the king, or...
So, persuasion is the ability to, like, make someone more receptive to what you said. And, but it isn't mind control at the same time. And in King Krikops' perspective, he didn't think Athena abandoned him. So I think that is why it didn't land, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He has been loyal to Athena. And then there was also the pure practicality of the gifts given that are foretelling of what each leader would bring to the table, and those carried significant weight. Because at the end of the day, yeah, Poseidon or Athena would be a mighty guardian of the city, pure and simple. The gifts are telling of what would be brought to the city, a sort of glimpse, almost a prophecy into the city's future. And at the end of the day, the gift of Athena was simply better than the gift of Poseidon. It provided much more.
That makes sense, because I always saw it as Athena didn't really abandon him. He was compelled to stop listening to her.
Yeah, there was the manipulation of Hecate's followers, and and he's also been a student of Athena. And at the end of the day, he also went into it trying not to be biased, and was like, I am going to judge the gifts, pure and simple. I'm going to judge the gifts alone and not the past or my personal opinions and so forth. So he judged the gifts at the end of the day, which is why he chose Athena.
Golden ring
Next.
is a gift.
And I mean, what are the odds that's gonna happen again? I mean, really, come on.
Definitely.
And also, in fairness, at the time, Athena wasn't the guardian of the city. It wasn't her like responsibility. Like she didn't have a responsibility to the city to defend it. So when he fell and turned himself away from her, she was like, all right. So for these many, many reasons. But at the very, very end of the day, it was about the fact that King Krikops was judging the gifts and not the gods themselves.
Okay. I will say I've never heard of Ozias until today.
Never
Voices.
what?
Of Ozias, the goddess of anxiety.
Yeah, her Roman name is literally Miseria. Where the word misery comes from.
Wow.
Yeah. So like the rogue like subclass I took was Misfortune Bringer, which is why I have the evil eye thing I can do.
Oh.
Yeah. So my like part of my backstory is that she blessed me by giving me this ability, but it's also a curse. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Clerics can remove curses.
yeah, I think it's a bit more than like lycanthropy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's also a willing situation.
Yeah, I accepted it too. Yeah, I'm gonna have to
So-
do something. She's gonna have to be the one to release me from it if she ever will. But
Yeah, she was a choice, my friend.
Yeah.
The right choice for the
works.
subclass, but
it
she's
worked with the subclass. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
And you were worried
Um,
about me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And you were worried about me. Yeah,
I was
well,
like-
but hey, it's not over for misfortune for the city because, like she said, if you could disrupt their appeasement gift to Poseidon, that will bring a lot of problems
Yeah.
to the city.
Doesn't seem like it's gonna be hard to make him mad. So
Yeah, he's not hard to piss
or
off.
keep him mad.
Yeah.
We already ruined his festival.
I know. Well, not you guys.
What
You
was
were
that?
you were a
Romulus.
catalyst. You were a catalyst, we'll say. Hey, one of my things I love about learning about the Poseidon stuff is he's like his whole deal. He's like the sea is temperamental and unreliable and chaotic and represents the nature of man. It's like it's honest. It is honest. It's brutal, but it's honest. And I'm like, ooh, that's kind of cool. That's a good line.
Yeah, that totally won't come up against us at all in the future.
Yeah, Poseidon's your worst enemy and your best friend.
Yeah. But we are pissing off the god of the sea in a primarily ocean-based environment. What's the worst that could happen?
I mean, literally our first fight in this campaign, we killed one of his sons.
Yeah.
To be fair,
Not to
he attacked
mention-
you.
Not to mention you're riding gigantic horses everywhere.
Yeah. Hey,
And
don't. Yeah. I mean, for all the travel, whatever Hermes. I mean, there's got to be a medium for that travel, and one of them is the sea, and the other is horses.
Mm-hmm. I've heard
So
it say.
Poseidon's. Yeah.
I have heard it said before that the Greek word for horses resembles boats. Apparently, is the ancient word for it. I've heard that said before.
I guess it kind of makes sense. If you think about like the structure of a Greek ship, it's
Yeah.
long and it's got the eyes at the front, and people sort of sit on its back, and obviously doesn't have legs. Those would be the oars.
True, but you ride it on the waves like you ride a horse, so I guess it kind of.
Yeah, they came out of the foam as the foam was like roll up onto the beach, you know.
Well, the myth was that's already played out, obviously, in game, is basically he wanted to bang Demeter. And Demeter was like, "Oh, make me a gift." And he was like, oh, "Okay, fine." So he went to like making a gift, and he made one with like a big hump on his back, and he's like, "Ah, that's stupid," and kind of threw it aside, and that was a camel. And then he's like, he made one with a very, very long neck with hooves, and that was a giraffe, and he's like, "Oh, that's stupid," and he threw that aside also. So he technically is the creator of camels and giraffes and a lot of quadrupedic creatures.
I love
and then eventually
that.
made the horse, and he's like, "That's sick." And he showed it to Demeter, and she's like, "Oh, thanks for the gift, but actually, I've decided I don't want to bang you anyway." And he was like, "What the fuck?" And then turned into a horse and chased her, and got what he wanted anyway.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That was his villain arc.
Yeah,
I'm sure he was a decent god before that. I'm sure he
Yeah,
was
anyway.
a reasonable being.
Yeah.
The sea can be temperamental. The god of the sea being temperamental? No, really?
What?
Yeah.
I don't know why Demeter promised something she wasn't willing to give, though. I mean, to Poseidon? I mean, it's fucked up.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
also,
Yeah.
like, what are you doing?
I
You're playing
did-
with fire, girl.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, I have an idea on how to appease Poseidon next game potentially.
They don't have to come up with a way with ruining it, so.
Well, the king. There was a canon way that they actually appeased Poseidon, and that will come up next session. But you guys are fateless, fate-blind individuals, so maybe you might come up with something different and or better.
I was wondering if it was possible to, like, the connection between
Check the
prophecy and the
clean.
oracle that gives it, and if you kill the oracle, if it ends the prophecy. So I was gonna try. That was true. I was gonna kill Tiresias, but no.
You could always look into it and be like, look into like how prophecy works and like its ins and outs and all of that. Which is fair. Hey, nobody's giving a lot of attention to Apollo. He's pretty cool, that guy.
I think Poseidon's probably gonna kill Tiresias anyway, so.
I'll start looking into Apollo.
I think a horse
Somebody
is gonna
should
get
tell
him.
him to stay away. Well, only Dolion really knows, but the moment you guys get on a ship, it's not going to go well.
Poor guy.
For any of us, because we're all gonna be on the ship.
Yeah, that's fair.
Note to Thrasius: get water walk soon.
Yeah, or
Hey, nobody knows but Dolion that
breathe water. Yeah, one of the underwater breathing spell. Yeah.
that'd be evil as fuck. You guys are like in the depths. Besides, like, dispel magic. Just, that'd be funny. All right, guys, I'm gonna take off. But it's been good playing, and we'll see you all next week. All right.
Yeah, good session.
Bye.
Later.